All right, we're back, guys. Really apologize for our tardiness and getting back to everybody on time. Anyways, so the next piece of legislation for our consideration is custom generated electricity systems. And this is brought to us by Representative Ayer. And Representative Ayer, I think we're going to have LSO present this if you're all right with that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to defer to Representative Ayer given his expertise on the issue.
Representative Ayer.
Hot potato.
All right.
That bad boy, huh?
I had not planned on doing this, but I'll give it a stab.
Good practice. Good practice for the upcoming session.
This is a bill that we looked at last year, and I made quite a few changes that I think make the bill more palatable to some of the solar folks. I hope so anyway. That was my goal. And I will say that I had some really good communication with them and they with me. And I think we've come to some understanding, some degree of understanding between the two of us. It goes into on the page 2, title 37-16-101. Since we're no longer doing what we normally think of as net metering, it's dealing with customer generated electricity, and so the title of the bill has actually changed. And so instead of net metering, it's gone to customer generated electricity systems. And you can see on line 9 and 10 there, we strike some of the language that is no longer needed. And then we define what a customer generator means, what a customer generated electricity system is. And since I'm not really well prepared to, I should have known I was going to do this. Huh?
Well, I'll do an alley-oop for
37-16-102 is just some of the exceptions that we make. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so Representative, the way I read the legislation is essentially the way our current net metering statute is set up is anything at 25 kilowatts and below is allowed. And the way your legislation is set up is this would provide an opportunity to go above 25 kilowatts?
Yes, I'll get to that.
Okay.
Let's move over to page 3. Now in section A there, we strike net metering and call it customer generated electricity systems. And then paragraph Romanet 4 there may enter, this outlines what a electric utility can do. They can enter into a contract with the customer generator consistent with the provisions of this article related to the use, maintenance, cost, payment, or any other feature of the customer generated electricity system. And that's just if the customer and the utility want to set up any special arrangements to handle extra metering costs, any behind the meter functions that they want the utility to perform. That allows that, but it doesn't mandate it. Then in the paragraph Romanet 5 is where we get into the provision that what happens to those systems greater than 25 kilowatts. And it just says that all the terms and conditions related to the use and operation of the system shall be provided for in a contract between the customer generator and the electric utility. We're on page 4 now. And paragraph A there on line 6 is how we deal with the grandfathering of the existing systems. So that they can be operated as under the current rules until June 30th, 2031. I'm open to amending that and stretch out that grandfathering clause a little further. And also eliminate the provision that they have not changed ownership on or after July 1st, 2021. For For customer-generated electric systems subject to subsection A of this section, and for all customers generating after June 30th, 2031. So that's what, after any new system going in place now or any systems after the grandfathering clause will be calculated based on the formula on the next page. And it will just be simple. The bill that I had proposed last year stipulated that all the usage would have to be paid at the retail rate, and all the total generation would be paid back at the avoided cost rate. And this changes that so that the customer generator can offset his own usage with any of his own generation. So he would in effect be getting the full retail benefit for part of the any generation that was under his usage. It's just if he generated more than his usage, then he would be paid back by the utility at the avoided cost rate. And that's what those three sections there on do. And let's see, that's pretty well the sum of the bill. Oh, one other thing that I did do. I did change so that the true-up date could be any 12-month period rather than at the end of the year. There was some that wanted that true-up date to be flexible, and this allows that. That's on paragraph B on page 4.
Okay, thank you.
Questions?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Ayer. Any questions for Representative Ayer in regards to the proposed legislation from the committee? Oh, Senator Schuler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question from Representative Ayer. You mentioned that you might be considering taking the grandfather clause out maybe a little bit longer. What are you maybe thinking about there in terms of years?
Representative
I
Ayer.
had planned to propose an amendment if somebody will move the bill when we get to that point to take it out 15 years and to strike the clause that said that have not, so that you could still get the benefit even if the property changed hands. Strike that option.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Representative Ayer? Seeing, oh, Representative Furphy, go ahead.
Well, as all of you know, we've received a lot of emails on this, and I'm just trying to understand, Representative Ayer, the changes to the typical solar customer now. I'm having trouble tracking. Is this going to harm them, or is it rather neutral? I'm a little confused. Thank you.
Ayer, go ahead.
Right now, under the current net metering statutes, they can actually bank those excess kilowatt hours that they generate in the summertime, generally the summertime. And they'll be, if their generation is more than their usage for a month, they can bank those with the utility and then use them in the succeeding months. And it would not be a full 12-month banking under this proposal. It'd just be during the a daily banking you could still use, or monthly, but it wouldn't carry forward from month to month. So they will be harmed. They would get full retail benefit for less kilowatt hours than they would under the current system. But I think, well, I won't go into the reasons why that needs to happen right now.
Okay. Representative Blackburn, go ahead.
Chairman. So Representative Ayer, so I got this clear. it's only based on when the months are good that they can bank that. So if they make more electricity from their solar for all 12 months, they can't bank it for the winter months? Is that,
No, there's no, it's at the end of the month, how much they use compared to how much they generated. And it's compensated at that point.
Further questions for Representative Air? Follow up?
Mr. Chairman?
I think Representative Blackburn had a follow up real quick.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Representative Ayers, so they could bank this or sell this back or whatever terminology you want to use every month of the year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Dan.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is more of just a comment committee as opposed to a question for the bringer of this bill. Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure what the flavor of the committee will be. Whether or not the committee is going to want to consider taking up this bill. But I do appreciate Representative Air being willing to present it. He requested that opportunity, and I think that's very appropriate. That's how this process works. And Representative Furphy's right. We've gotten a couple of emails on this.
So have I.
And so that if nothing else, it generated a lot of communication out there. But anyway, I wanted to thank the representative for bringing it. And Mr. Chairman, back to you as to where we go from here. I'm not sure how the committee is going to react to things later on, but thank you.
No, and I think that's a good point, Mr. Chairman. But before I get to my next, I got a little bit of an idea, which I'm sure has made some people flinch a little bit that are on watching online. I've never done anything crazy in my life, so what I'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, is that I guess is there any other questions for Representative Air before we continue on? I'm not seeing anybody. Okay. So Senator Nethercutt, my golly, go ahead.
Thank you, Co-Chairman. It's not really a question for the representative, but really more maybe of a comment in light of the conversation of the number of emails, and I hope to maybe address this overall. And I think I speak for the committee potentially, but we have received an overwhelming amount of emails. I think it's probably on par with a gun bill, which is just inundated with emails. Which I think is interesting to note just from our perspective. But to the members of the public who are watching this and who care about this issue, we legislators, when we have those mass email communications, we sometimes can't respond to all of those emails. That doesn't mean we're not receiving those and care about those messages. It's just we can't maybe get to all of them, particularly when we're here in committee meetings. So I think just a message to all those folks who have sent us communications and recognize that we appreciate hearing from you, but we might miss some of those responses, and that doesn't mean we didn't hear from you.
Well, that is a great point. Thank you very much for that, Senator Nethercutt. And certainly we all received quite a few emails, and I know a lot of us were putting in efforts to try and get back to folks. And just if you didn't hear back from one of us, we really apologize. But there was a time period there where there was a new email coming in about every minute or so, and this is a citizen legislature, so all of us have 3 or 4 or 20 different jobs. And if we didn't get to you, sure apologize. By golly, we'll work harder on it next time. Representative Blackburn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe it was any more overwhelming emails this year than it was last year when we addressed this same topic.
Guns and green energy, man. It gets wild. Representative Air, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to reemphasize what I mentioned earlier is that I have reached out to some of the leaders in the solar community, I think, and we've had some good conversations. I think reached some good understanding. I think they understand my position. I understand theirs. And, we've got a lot of emails, but isn't this great? This is the epitome of good state government, I think. We meet together and we try to solve problems. And I apologize for all those emails that I was unable to respond to, but I did respond to
I personally love the engagement that we get from folks. I don't apologize for that, Representative Ayer, because while we might disagree on certain subjects, at least we're hearing from folks and they're engaging with their government. So,
Right.
yeah, don't flinch away from that one, in my opinion. So what I'd like to do, committee, is, well, first of all, I'd like to attempt to save everybody some time. And what I'm going to do is allow, but it's not official action. I just want to know where everybody's at. This is an unofficial straw poll as the bill is written. That's it. And if we've got support for the straw poll moving forward, then by golly, we're going to go to public testimony and we'll hear everything that they've got. And if we don't have support for that, we'll still go to public testimony and with on the understanding that the bill doesn't have much of a chance of passage, but still let folks talk, because that's our job. Or hear if anybody else has any other ideas, and that way public testimony can address that also. So committee, what I'd like to do is just an unofficial straw poll. If you support the legislation as it currently stands, as written, raise your hand in front of your camera. You don't have to vote if you don't want. If you support it, raise your hand as it is written. Representative Ayers can, oh, there he is. Okay, now if you don't support it, raise your hand. Okay, so as it's currently written, my unofficial straw poll counting skills show that legislation will die. Barring that, what I'd like to do is just go ahead and go to the committee, see if there's any other ideas that might be able to sway some folks. Otherwise, we'll go to public testimony on the understanding that the bill is going to die. Senator Case, yeah, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just reaching out to everybody. We do have a problem with net metering, and we do need to fix it somehow. You know, it has several kind of levels of problem and implementation, and there's a lot of misinformation about this. And it's not benign to other customers. If it was benign to other customers, I'd be a lot more happy to try to expand it or go forward. The main reason it's not benign to other customers involves fixed costs, I suppose. And that's that, you know, all our electric utilities collect part of the fixed costs of the system in the per kilowatt hour charge. And that's the way they do it. And it's more acceptable that way. Like Rocky Mountain Power has about a $20 fixed charge. But as I understand it, that covers less than a third of the fixed costs. So then you can imagine a net metering customer that maybe he nets even over the year. He makes as much electricity as they produce. So they just pay that $20 per month. And we've got lots of emails that have told us that covers the fixed costs, but I'm afraid it doesn't. I'm sorry, it doesn't. And the trouble is with the fixed costs and electricity is that when you're connected to the network, you rely on the network to provide power when your system's not working. And there's a seasonality piece, Mr. Chairman, that's a problem. You know, when you're making solar generated electricity with your rooftop system, that's when you're really cooking. That's on the long days of summer when the sun's high in the sky and things. And so you're able to bank that. But in the winter, the utility's got to supply. If you want to get it paid back in the winter, it's more expensive in the winter because there's not a lot of solar. In the summer, when you're making solar, there's a lot of industrial solar. We learned about it in the Southwest this morning. We learned about negative prices on the network. If there are negative prices on the network, the trouble is, you know, for solar, that's good for the environment. It stops carbon emissions, all of that. But yet we've got to buck up and net meters, they get first preference. And we're essentially paying them the retail rate. When negative priced electricity is available, solar generated out there in Las Vegas desert or even in Wyoming now. So there are a lot of problems. And it truly isn't good for other customers. And I know people argue with me and they argue about saving the planet, and I'm for saving the planet, Mr. Chairman. I am also very adamant that it has to make some sense. Rooftop solar carbon costs or carbon costs avoided are at a pretty high end, whereas utility scale solar cost of carbon avoided per ton is on the low end. And so, we'd all be better off if we just went for the utility scale solar, to be honest. But what actually happens is there's so much solar being produced that you end up having to disconnect the renewable sources from the system, especially in the summer. And so we don't even take advantage of things that happen. There's an opportunity cost there that's pretty huge. But this all comes down to one thing. Rate design isn't supposed to happen in the legislature. This is above our pay grade. It's too political. We've got these wonderfully motivated folks that have invested thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in their systems, and they expect a return on it. And, so it's just not our purview. We don't have the capability here. And this isn't the first time in the utility rate design when stuff used to be done by the legislatures. And they said, no, it's not our purview. We need to get to the experts. That's why commissions came about. And I think we need to get this issue to the Wyoming Public Service Commission and let them resolve it. There was just a situation in Utah where that exact same thing happened. I don't think anybody's happy over there in Utah, but it did work out. And we have to respect the investments that have been made by these people. So, an appropriate kind of bill that I think would look like this. It'd have a grandfather period where people can avail themselves of what they signed up for, and we honor that commitment. It would have any new customers would have to come under a rate design established by the Public Service Commission after hearings, notice,
3 different.
the whole bailiwick, which give all these people a chance to appear before the Public Service Commission, where people are experts. They know how to ask the questions. It's the right forum for that. And then I don't think we can bind anybody after some period of time. I think in 10 years or something, the world is just going to be so different, and we should just sunset the whole thing after 10 years. So that would be my proposal. I think it would work as an amendment to this bill, but I don't think we should be arguing the details of this bill.
Well, let me go to Representative Ayer first, and then I'll go to you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you. My good Senate friend articulated some of my sentiments very well. The problem that I have with the net metering situation is that the public policy decisions about whether or not to subsidize solar shouldn't be part of this debate. Those things, proponents of the current net metering system are using environmental considerations, carbon policy, economic development as part of the argument for retaining the subsidy that's inherent in the current bill, the current law. And while those are worthy objectives, if we want to really adopt them as part of our public policy, then they should be transparent. If we want to subsidize solar, that may be a worthy goal, but it should be apparent and easy for everybody to understand. Right now, the subsidy is not understood. It's not transparent, and it's being paid by those who can least afford it, those who have no option as to install rooftop solar. So I think, as Senator Case mentioned also, the cost of rooftop solar compared to other renewable energy resources, generating resources, is very high. There are a lot of much cheaper green energy sources than rooftop solar. And so he's right. What we're really trying to do here is establish rates which are much better handled by the Public Service Commission in a rate hearing.
Okay, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of general comments. That, what those two gentlemen just expressed, I'm really grateful for the background that Senator Case and Representative Air bring to us on this front. They are the experts, and my hesitation to indicate a support for the legislation was based on some of the things that they just stated. It's just that I couldn't have stated them as well. I think that Senator Case has really hit on something that makes a lot of sense. And I don't know if we could accomplish that proposal in a letter from the chairman representing this committee who wanted to go there, or if it needs to be in bill form. But I'm supportive either way. And I guess I would ask that question of Senator Case, if you believe we should track that in. And if we do, then I think even though it changes the bill dramatically, Mr. Chairman, we would probably want to and need to listen to anyone who still wants to testify if we're going to consider a bill. So,
Yeah.
okay.
I agree.
So anyway, I guess I'd be interested in thoughts from the bringer of the possible motion.
I'm going to go to Representative Duncan first.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a clarification question. If we didn't pass a bill at this time, is it appropriate for us to send a recommendation letter or a letter to the PCS saying, we think you need to take this up? It's important, and have them approach it that direction versus us having to have a bill?
Under current law, they cannot.
They cannot. Okay.
Right.
Would they have to have a bill?
Yeah, I mean, so essentially what, the way I understand Senator Case's idea is that this would put solar rooftop or net metering under the purview of the PSC to set those regulations and recommendations as far as moving forward, moving it out of statute. And that's the way I understand Senator Case's idea. And as it currently stands in law right now, they would not be able to do this because under law, the statute mandates, the legislature mandates 25 kW and so forth and so forth. Even things that folks that do enjoy rooftop solar are very much against, like the cap on 25 kW. I mean, hell, the state of Wyoming violates that every day of the week. They've got a 50 kW facility up in my neck of the woods. And I think it's one of the biggest jokes about net metering in the state of Wyoming is that the state of Wyoming violates its own law. And so that's the way I understand that, Senator Case. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I do think we'd have to change the statute. My thinking, because the PSC has to follow the law, and this is what it says now. It's kind of taken out of their purview.
Yeah.
But if we wanted to restore it to their purview, I was thinking that we would add something to the end of the net metering statute, which it would be a new subsection 105, and this is what I'm proposing, 3716-105. And it's the title, the short title would be grandfathering of existing customers and future requirements. Part A, this article, meaning the net metering article, shall not apply to new customers after June 30th, 2021. Meaning anybody that is an existing customer, it continues to apply to them. So they're under the law as it is now. And then the second part is on or before January 1st, 2022, the Wyoming Public Service Commission shall conduct hearings and establish a program to compensate customer-provided generation in a manner which prevents subsidies between customers, period. C, this article is repealed July 1, 2031. The whole ball of wax goes out in 2031. We'll have a whole different world that we'll be looking at that time. And
so the idea, Senator Case, in regards to a repealer at 2031 would be to kind of put a shot clock on the legislature and the PSC to actually do a deep dive on this.
At least revisit, yeah.
And this Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So your proposal would be new, separate from what we're looking at in front of us, correct?
Well, since we're a committee, we could take this bill and do that.
We could amend it.
We could amend this in it by creating a section 105.
I'm going to save Senator Nethercott's arm real quick because she's been waving. I've been kind of enjoying watching her wave.
Well, I could feel the breeze, actually.
Go ahead, Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Co-Chairman. Glad I have a useful purpose this afternoon. Yeah, a couple of questions. I can sense where the body is going, and so getting a procedural process so the committee is clear and the public is clear is probably important. So probably ask LSO if it is permissible for us to amend the current bill in this way. And then if so, what I would suggest or propose is for someone to take that proposed language that Senator Case has discussed and screen share it so the public can see it visibly as well, because it's not particularly long, could fit on one quick screen, and everyone can read it together and understand what is and isn't happening. And then if we're going to proceed with that pathway, which it sounds like that's happening, then people can comment on what they've just read and seen, and that might be very productive.
Senator Nethercott, you might be shocked to learn, but the reason why Senator Case brought this up before we went to public testimony is so that the public could testify towards that if it went forward. But I do agree that a screen share would be appropriate if this is the direction of the committee.
I think staff has it. All the members have it. You have it, Mr. Chairman.
I think the TID could probably put it up there.
If we could figure out how to do that.
Mr. Hewitt.
Mr. Chairman, I can screen share it. I can speak to Senator Nethercott's question about the ability of the committee to change this bill, if you'd like me to.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, there's a requirement on the legislature that during a session, once a bill is introduced, the legislature cannot change it beyond its original purpose. And so that limits what's termed log rolling in legislation. You can't, add a bunch of things on, you can't change it significantly. During the committee process, that rule doesn't apply. And so the committee really has quite broad authority to take a piece of legislation, change it as you want it, amend it to whatever you'd like, and then sponsor that legislation. I suppose one limit would be the interim topics of the committee. If you go well outside your interim topic, that might be an issue. But just a few items for your consideration there. And I would be happy to screen share this with Senator Case's permission.
Yeah, please go ahead and screen share that. Committee, is there any other, Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, while he's getting it screen shared, I'd like to ask Senator Case if we were to go forward with the bill in the form he's proposing, would we be able to amend it during session so that we could allow for an explicit subsidy for actual carbon reductions? Because that is a policy matter that the legislature, as opposed to PSC, ought to solve. And I'm wondering if such a thing during session would be a germane amendment to what he's proposing.
Mr. Case, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think it applies to how broad we write the title, and we can do that and allow for that possibility. There is kind of one point that I'd like to make on this. Several of our sister states have adopted renewable portfolio standards. By and large, I think those have been legislative creatures. The people, through their elected representatives, have established that we want to have a carbon-free future or so much less carbon or what have you. And I think that if that existed in Wyoming, that would be some guidance in this, but that has never happened in Wyoming. And I don't want to speculate whether it will someday or not, but right now, I don't believe anybody's really trying to get us to establish standards about how much is renewable and how much is not. And I'm not arguing the merits of doing that, but I'm saying that has an implication for this bill in the sense that if we haven't committed to renewables in that sense, how come our ratepayers are being forced into it through the net metering subsidies when we haven't articulated that policy? And that gets to Senator Scott's point. If we want to do that, fine, let's do it up and in front. And I think I can support some of that. But if we haven't done it, why do we backdoor do it right now through the electric utility rate system?
Okay. Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I don't like the renewable portfolio method, because what I'm hearing is there's renewables and then there's renewables, and some of them have a lot of carbon savings and some of them don't, have less. And I think if you did an explicit tell the PSC to allow a certain number of cents per kilowatt subsidy in terms of how much carbon it's reduced, or a certain amount of subsidy for a unit of carbon reduced, that'd be something they could deal with, and that would put the policy making where it is. And it sounds to me like we're not prepared to do that today, but it sounds to me like we could devise such a amendment during the session if we've got the title of this thing broad enough.
I'm okay with having a broad title.
Okay. Now, before I go to Representative Ayer, I do want to note that this is all speculative at this point, this type of action. And just to summarize, some might appreciate this, some might not. But pulling the authority of the legislature away from our consistent methodology of making emotional decisions and putting it in front of professionals at the Public Service Commission is the idea. Representative Ayer, go ahead.
Well, I just want to re-echo that electric rate making is a technical, difficult issue, and it's not conducive to be handled in the legislative format. It's much more conducive to being handled before the Public Service Commission. They handle these kind of issues all the time. I think it is important that we put some timelines in there, and I like the by 2022, because we do, a lot of people argue that because of our current low penetration rate there, this subsidy is very small, and that's true. And that's why it needs to be fixed now before it becomes a big issue, and then it gets very difficult to handle. I think I heard that our neighboring state to the west has had 40,000 rooftop solar customers come online in the last couple of years. And we may not have that many, but it's a growing industry, and I don't want to see the industry killed. I just want to see it handled fairly. And so I like this idea of putting it before the Public Service Commission and getting a decision by them at a fairly early date. And at the same time, I want to make sure that we do protect those who are currently invested in solar installations.
There's probably not a whole lot of the legislature that has utility experience. Just a guess. I think there's 3 of us. And I think they specifically put us on this committee for that purpose. I don't think anybody else really has a whole bunch of utility experience in legislature. So that's certainly problematic.
Mr. Co-Chairman, other than my electric personality, that's.
Were you waiting to use that one today?
You just lobbed it up there. I had to hit that.
All right. So committee, before we move forward, hang on a sec, Representative Furphy, hold your horses. Before we move forward, what I would like to do is to get your feeling on this idea. If this is an idea that we would like to move forward with, then at that point, that's what I would like to have the public give us their thoughts on. Because we don't want to move forward without the public telling us whether or not we're screwing up. So, and we just went to screen share, so I gotta click this thing before.
We got to zoom that screen. Zoom in.
Well, I don't want to zoom the screen. I want to get back to the members because I'm about to ask for a vote.
Oh. Well, to Ted.
Ted, your timing sucked. There you go. Thank you. All right. Sorry to, I mean, Mr. Hewitt. All right, members. So as far as this idea, do we, let me go to Representative Furphy first. I mean, unless you want to have the vote first, Representative Furphy.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm very concerned with us going forward with anything like this today without giving the public time to look at it and provide input. So, yeah, I'm very concerned about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Furphy. Committee, so what I'm going to ask for is if you've got a flavor to look at something like what Senator Case has presented and hear testimony on that, you ain't got to vote for it. But if you've got interested in hearing the testimony in that regards and hearing from the public, then go ahead and raise your hand in front of your camera. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, that carries by a margin of 1, i.e. this guy. So we will, we are going to move forward, and I would ask the public to take that into consideration, that we're essentially going to burn Representative Ayers' bill in a funeral pyre and look at proposed legislation from Senator Case. And we definitely want to hear your thoughts in that regard. So, Mr. Hewitt, if you could share your screen on that way folks could put their eyes on it. Perfect. And what we're going to do first here, committee, is, boy, I hate Zoom. Like the rain, I hate Zoom. And I'm gonna depend on Ms. Talbot to add people to the room, but the first ones I would like added to the room would be Mr. Petrie with the Public Service Commission. And Ms. Talbot, the reason I'm not going to be able to do that is I can no longer, oh, no, I can see him now. So we're gonna have the Public Service Commission first, and Mr. Petrie or anybody, any of the Public Service Commissioners, if you hear us, can you just go ahead and please speak up?
Mr. Chairman, I think you saw that housekeeping from Senator Nettercott. She's asking, I think, Mr. Hewitt, if there's a way we could zoom that or blow that up and make it bigger on people's screen.
Yeah, Mr. Hewitt, close that navigation pane on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Thank you. Perfect.
Yeah, very good.
Okay,
Looks pretty
waiting
good.
on the Public Service Commission at this point.
And while they're coming on board, have we heard from the consumer advocate too?
We certainly can. I prefer to hear from the Public Service Commission first.
Absolutely. I'm not, no problem there.
Oh, Mr. Petrie is there. He's muted. Let me click on unmute for Mr. Petrie. Mr. Petrie.
That is Commissioner
I don't have my
Stone.
window pane up here.
Stone.
I said Mary Throne.
There she is. All right. Ms. Throne, go ahead. We'll get to public.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am going to turn it over to Mr. Petrie, but for old time's sake, I just wanted to thank you for your legislative service, as well as your military service and all of those things that were discussed earlier today. So, but Mr. Petrie is going to provide our thoughts on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Throne. Deputy Commissioner Throne, pardon me. And we will, for the public out there, including our public that's in person, we'll try to get copies of that to be able to hand out. We don't have any right now because I believe that Senator Case just created that. Go ahead, Mr. Petrie.
Thank you, Chairman. This idea of a new 3716-105, the grandfathering of existing customers and future requirements, that strikes me as well within the commission's expertise and ability. I don't see why we would have any problem addressing this matter through hearings. It'd probably end up being a rulemaking, I suppose. but that I believe would give the commission sufficient time to entertain those hearings and to make a decision one way or another, whether it was rulemaking or otherwise. And so this does appear to eliminate the restrictions in the current statutes that prevent any additional or special charges being applied to net metering customers. It would give the commission much more flexibility to create a regime that would prevent subsidies.
Okay, questions for the Public Service Commission Committee? And I can't see all of you, so feel free to speak up.
If you use the down arrow, you can swing through.
Yeah, that's, we're on separate deals.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Petrie, just real quickly, and I apologize if you touched on this. What about the dates and your ability to accomplish what's being suggested this afternoon? Any thoughts about a deadline that's been referenced? Do you feel like this is something that you could accomplish in a year and get something in place?
I do, Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, and I'm scrolling, folks. Further questions for the Public Service Commission? Scrolling as fast as I can here. I'm not seeing anybody jumping up and down. Okay, Mr. Petrie, appreciate you taking the time today, sir. And possibly we might come back to you, so please hang out.
All right, we'll be here.
Thank you, sir. All right, before I go to anybody in the public, to include elected representatives that are in the waiting room, Representative Jim Roscoe, I'd like to go to Mr. Freeman with the Office.
Although I did tell Tyler that.
PSC needs to mute. There you go.
What was Commissioner Throne? What do you want to tell Tyler? To anybody in the public, to include elected representatives that are in the waiting room, Representative Jim Roscoe. I'd like to go to Mr. Freeman with the.
That's the YouTube.
Somebody's got the YouTube rolling, and I'm going to ask you to turn off the YouTube.
PSC needs to mute. There you go.
Commissioner Throne. I don't know who that is.
It's still too loud.
Well, I think we got it. Mr. Freeman. With the Office of Consumer Advocacy. Can you hear me, Mr. Freeman? Mr.
Chairman?
Turn off the YouTube. I don't know who that is.
Mr. Freeman, Mr. Chairman, this is Bryce Freeman.
Mr. Freeman, you've got to turn off your YouTube. With the Office of Consumer Advocacy. Can you hear me, Mr. Freeman?
I can.
I'm trying to call him.
Reminds me of a goat rope.
Okay.
I was in junior high school.
Mr. Freeman, I'm hoping this catches up with you, but if you don't turn off your YouTube, I'm not going to be able to allow you to testify. Let me know, give me a thumbs up when you've got your YouTube off, please.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, just to, that is a very strange situation when that happens to a first kind of early Zoomer.
Oh, yeah, no, it's totally an early Zoom.
It really is unsettling when you can't figure out which is the real world.
Right. Did we lose Mr. Freeman?
I don't see him.
I think we did.
Try scrolling down.
No, I
He didn't
think-
get disgusted with us.
I scrolled through
Right
and
through and
he's
not
gone.
there.
Yeah.
Well, he might be trying to reconnect, so we can come back if he.
Yeah, we might have to go back to him. And we'll come back to the Office
I do
of
wanna hear
Consumer
from you,
Advocacy. And just as a note for all of those that are listening in and fixing to publicly testify, do not have your YouTube on, or at least just have YouTube muted when you do join the Zoom room. Otherwise, it gets real weird real quick. So I'm going to go to public testimony in the room first. Because Mr. Merkland, you've been waiting patiently all day, and we'd love to hear from you.
learned patience in the military.
Come on over here if you can, sir, and then take a seat down.
Do we still use that verbiage on the screen?
Jim, you're not muted.
Jim's not muted.
It was Jim Blackburn.
Mr. Chairman, do we need that verbiage on the screen still?
Yeah, I think we can stop screen sharing, and if somebody asks us to put it back up, by golly, we can do it. Thank you, LSO. Mr. Merkman. And I should note, before we start public testimony, because there are 78 requests, we're going to go through every one of them. So if you feel the need to really go on and on for a long time, those will just be those coming after you that'll be cursing at you. But I will be limiting debate to 3 minutes per testimony, and it'll be a hard stop. Mr. Merkland.
A hard stop?
A hard stop. I'm wondering about it.
One of the hard stops I know is an emergency on a train.
Thanks again for this
I've
morning.
got
You did a great job.
consolidated down considerably from what I was, but
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Merkland. I do want to appreciate your presence this morning and participating with us, and our thank you to veterans.
thank you. I gotta say, Mr. Air, I'll probably address most of my questions to him. He has a very soft voice, and I wear hearing aids, and he's got the decibel level that I have a terrible time understanding. So forgive me if I'm redundant in some of the stuff you already covered, but I couldn't hear you, sir. And I didn't want to interrupt. So with regards to this, first of all, I sent this email back on the 2nd of November. Did you all receive the 2.5-page email?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would, is there any way to put that in the record?
So legislators' emails are not public record. As far as being an official document supported, you can leave that document here, and I'll make sure our LSO staff get it as part of an official handout. Yes, sir.
Who would I leave it with, you? Or?
Yes, sir. That would be fine, and I can make sure our staff has it.
Okay, I would appreciate that because I don't want to be redundant and repeat everything over that I put in the email because you've all received it.
Sure.
And I know my time is ticking.
Yeah, it will be part of the public comment, sir.
Okay, thank you. I guess one of the questions I have, Mr. Air, is why did you have to change the name from net metering to customer generated electricity system? I did not understand what you were saying with regards to the change.
Representative Air, do you want to go ahead?
I'll try, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Merkland, is it? Okay, thank you, Mr. Merkland. I apologize for not speaking up, and I hope, can you hear me now?
Yes, if you look at me, I can read lips a little bit.
Okay, I'll try my best. When we changed the concept of the bill to just not allow you to bank the kilowatt hours from month to month, then it became just a situation where you were generating, we called it customer generating electricity systems rather than net metering. Now you're still net metering during the 30-day period or the month, but you're not banking those kilowatt hours for the full year like you were under the old net metering law. That's why I changed it from net metering to customer generated electricity system.
And I would also note that bill, as it stands, is officially dead. Scout's honor as the chairman, this committee has given me their word, or given me an idea that they don't plan on supporting that. What we are looking at now is turning things over to the Public Service Commission.
Right.
And so that would be where I would ask you to direct your comments.
All right, I can do that. So
Perfect.
put the rest 21 LSO 219.
As it's currently written, yes, sir.
Except for the parts that Senator
Yes, sir.
put forth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm opposed to anything that's being done with net metering, customer generated electricity, whatever. It's going to affect jobs in the long run, regardless of what you do. We, as a gentleman spoke this morning, we need every job we can get a hold of and be kept in Wyoming. By repeating, well, that goes back to the taxes, the tax exemption. But you've been speaking about turning this over to the Public Service Commission. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the state of Utah has what they call a Public Utility Commission. That would be, i.e. the same as our Public Service Commission.
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know how much any of you have followed. I'm sure maybe you have, Mr. Air, but the Public Utility Commission in Utah has tried some of these things, and it's been basically a catastrophe for the solar business in that industry. And I'm speaking as just a plain old citizen of Wyoming. But I put one solar system in last October, and I gave you a couple of exhibits this morning that was, I don't know how you do all of that, but it's copies of my bills and what a gentleman partook in from PV Magazine last month in Utah. They reduced the amount of the net metering fees. I think a few years ago, was it 10 cents? And already done.
We're gonna, Mr. Merkel, we'll grant you another minute or so, but we would ask you to move it along. We've got.
I'm trying. I'm
You
just
bet.
trying to show you what happened in Utah. In 2017, they lowered the metering rate to 9.2 cents. Now, that don't sound like much of a reduction from 10 cents, but now they've gone back, I believe it was within the last month or so, they've reduced the rate down to 5.69, 5.96 cents. In 2017, the Utah Solar Energy Associates had solar installation to 12,408 units in 2017. To show where this has been reduced down and costing jobs and in the industry, in 2019, they only had 3,540 installations as opposed to the 12,000 plus 2 years earlier. It's just gonna keep being a problem, and we're not gonna resolve anything with anything that you said. Mr. Air or Senator Air, you said we need a more powerful bill. You want to handle it fairly. Why do we have to have a sunset clause, a grandfather clause in this, for one thing? Why are you cutting it off at 2031? Was that just an arbitrary figure that you pulled out of the sky and said 10 years from now, we're going to do away with it? Everybody's going to be treated the same. That's not fair to those of us that put in a major investment in one of these systems. It cost me almost $600 just for the permitting fees to get my system up and going, installed. It added $200 a year to my personal property taxes for the system I now have on my roof. And I'm going to be paying that $200, probably increase every year from now on out, because it's supposed to appreciate, but it's not going to appreciate if it is tanked. We're going to lose it. We're going to lose the industry we have in Wyoming right now. And I can't help but say this. I think Rocky Mountain Power and Black Hills Energy and some of these other utility companies have got their fingers in the pie here and messing with it. And I understand, Mr. Air or Senator Air, that you came out of the utility company in Western Wyoming, I think Ridge Valley, but it's not a workable solution that you've got now. And the articles or the exhibits that I gave you folks this morning that were made up, that shows my usage. And if you would look at the one that shows here for the past year, if you take one kilowatt hour, let's just deal with that. Right now, it's Black Hills is charging around 13 cents per kilowatt hour. We get 3 cents on a net metering rate, the wholesale rate. That leaves 10 cents that Black Hills gets to keep, and they turn around and sell that 1 kilowatt hour to another customer at 13 cents. They're making 23 cents off of that 1 kilowatt hour. If you look at mine here, the last 3 columns are the only ones that you really need to look at in that exhibit. It shows the net metering paid to me at the wholesale rate, 3 cents. The 10 cents that was held by Black Hills Energy, and then the 23 cents that Black Hills sold to somebody else. For me, this past year, that amounted to $655.04. They got for nothing. Basically, that's the total kilowatt hours that I paid and everything. I had 2 months last summer, May and June. Or May, I had a credit 22. Excuse me, in May of 20, I had 82 credits, kilowatt hours. The next 2 months, Black Hills took that away from me, which in turn, lowered that down, but it in turn reduced my electric bill that I had to pay to Black Hills Energy. But those 2 months, I only had to pay the servicing facility charges, which was 15 to 20 bucks.
Okay, Mr. Merklin, just real quick, so you get the opportunity to wrap up. We've been limiting to 3 minutes, and you're at like 8.5.
I appreciate that. If you folks would just review the tale of 2 solar studies.
Okay.
It shows that that's the first time I've seen a relative cost benefit for solar and what the price is. And it totaled out at 24 cents.
Okay.
In solar benefits versus a very negligible amount that was put out by Rocky Mountain Power. This is the study that was done in Utah. I just believe that there's some other solution. I don't think if Wyoming looks at what Utah did with their Public Utilities Commission, it didn't work very well for them out there. And the solar industry is in a sharp decline from 12,000 to 3,000. It's not hard to figure out. The math isn't. And that's the entity that you folks want to put Wyoming, or give to Wyoming, Public Service Commission. You can see what happened to them out there. It didn't work very well. You got people on both sides upset, more so than they were probably before. So all I'm asking is to get a fair shake on this, because solar works and we all want a cleaner environment, but we're not going to get the cleaner environment if you kill the industry.
Okay.
Don't kill the golden goose.
Gotcha. Any questions for Mr. Merklin? Mr. Merklin, I really appreciate you being here and being patient with us. I know it's been a long day for you, but either way, really super appreciate you. Let it also be known that Mr. Merklin's a Navy veteran and thereby is going to always get special treatment from me. He can testify longer than anybody else, but unless you're a Navy veteran, that ain't gonna happen.
That's not why I appeared.
I know that.
I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Just a little aside from everything here, if you'll allow me. I was born and raised here in Cheyenne, over on the south side of town. I was gone 50 years. I came back in 2013. In that 50 years, I was pulling Powder River coal, thousands and thousands of trains over that 10-year period that I was on the coal line out of North Platte to South Morrow. That's when we had all the mines, as you all well remember. Now we're down to, I think, one, maybe. But
appreciate that deal. Well, I certainly appreciate you, sir, and thank you very much for your testimony. Please stick around. Somebody might want to harass you again and get you back up here.
By all means,
awesome.
If I can answer it, I certainly will. Whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go back to the Office of Consumer Advocacy, Mr. Bryce Freeman. Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for letting me crash your meeting today. First of all, to all you people that have served in the military and are veterans, and particularly to the families who sacrificed to make that service possible, God bless you. We owe you a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid. Mr. Chairman, we've been looking at this issue of net metering for a long time. We've done a lot of research on it. We've shared that research with the committee and different members of the legislature over the years. I've come to understand, as Senator Case indicated, that it is a problem, and it's a growing problem. From what we see, it will become, with higher penetrations of customer-owned generation, particularly rooftop solar, it will become a critical problem at some point in the future, and we need to probably deal with it now. Right now, the analysis that I've completed shows that under current penetration levels, which are less than 1%, or they were a couple of years ago anyway, might increase by now, but say 1% penetration rates, the current aggregate cost shift that occurs between customers that own self-generation and those that don't amounts to about $500,000. At a 10% renewable, customer-owned renewable penetration rate, that subsidy increases to about $13 million. So there is a cost shift going on. My job as a consumer advocate is to advocate for all consumers in the best interests of all classes of utility customers and all citizens of the state. And the way that I have to do that is to primarily make sure that everybody's paying their fair share of the shared pot of cost for utility resources. So when I look at that and I see that customers who own their own generation but still depend on the utility system to provide capacity, generation capacity, transmission capacity, and distribution capacity to serve their load when their generation is not adequate, then I've got to advocate a solution that will be fair to everybody. And I think that if you, as you can probably see from the discussion so far this afternoon, this is not, it isn't your grandma's oatmeal cookie recipe. This is pretty complicated stuff. There's a lot of puts and takes. I tend to agree with Senator Case that these sorts of balancing decisions are the sorts of decisions that the commission is used to making every day, that I'm used to providing evidence on every day, and it would be well within our expertise to do that.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Freeman? Not seeing any. Mr. Freeman, just like the Public Service Commission, I really appreciate your service to the state of Wyoming, and I hope you'll stick around in case anybody does have any questions moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. I'm now going to go to Representative Jim Roscoe. We tend to give priority to agencies and elected officials when, if they can join, but obviously we're going to hear from everybody. Representative Jim Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee. I have to admit, I just got back here from sitting down with the governor and talking about our bright, rosy budget future. And so I missed what Senator Case brought up about whatever he talked about. And I'm sorry, I just wasn't I just didn't hear any of it. So
Let me update you so you don't talk on something that's already dead, Representative Roscoe. I'll save you some time.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, that way you can speak directly towards it. The idea that Senator Case has is not to move forward with Representative Ayers' bill. In fact, we even took a poll on the committee on who would be willing to support Representative Ayers' bill, and the support is not there. So I would ask your comments be directed towards possible amendments. And the ideology would be with Senator Case's idea is instead of trying to mandate what net metering looks like in the future, his idea would be to send that to the Public Service Commission. So the Public Service Commission would, the ones that regulate electricity as it stands right now would be the regulating agency in this regard instead of statute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a little bit for me to digest right now. I was focused on my upcoming revenue meeting that's coming next week, and how if there's any way to, if we curtail or hurt this industry that the solar industry that we've created in Wyoming, then I think we would be doing ourselves a big disservice. And there are a lot of reasons. But if this bill is dead, then I would have to. I think I'll have to yield my time to maybe Scott Kane, who probably heard all of the stuff that I missed.
Okay.
I do think so that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And please stick around if you have something that you would like to say towards the end. Feel free to get my attention. Thank you. All right. At this time, we're going to, Representative Duncan, do you have a question?
No, sir.
Oh, sorry. That's for waving me down. At this time, we're going to go towards Mr. John Cox.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll be brief. I was sort of digesting the new proposal with everybody else. I think it's a smarter way to approach it. Just as an example, real quickly, during the last meeting where this was addressed, I had testified in support of the legislation to remove this subsidy. And I spent a considerable period of time after the meeting arguing or disagreeing with another member of the public who testified about what that subsidy was. And this individual said or believed that there wasn't a subsidy. And I think that gets to maybe the core of this issue. I think there's a lot of disagreement about how much of a subsidy exists. I think perhaps the elegance of the solution that you're proposing here today is you're allowing the experts in this field, the Public Service Commission, to decide that question. But you are taking a policy position to say that there should not be a subsidy. If there are those who believe there should be a subsidy, then I certainly understand the desire to potentially oppose this bill. Just as a reminder, I testified on this previously. We can buy solar energy on the open market for considerably less than the full retail rate. We can get it, at 2 cents a kilowatt hour versus the 9 cents a kilowatt hour that we're currently required by the state to pay. That's the same type of energy, the same environmental benefits, but yet significantly more expensive. In this particular case, I think it's important to grandfather existing customers. I'm encouraged that the committee is looking to do that. My experience in other states on this as well has been where most disagreement and concern on these types of efforts have been is people who've invested a lot of money and are expecting to recoup those costs, and to have the rug pulled out from underneath them is difficult and frankly shouldn't happen. And so I'm encouraged that the state of Wyoming, in this case, in this committee, is looking at grandfathering them. So anyhow, my testimony is we believe a subsidy does exist, and we believe that ultimately, or we know it's our other customers who pay for that. And in fairness, we would like to see that subsidy removed at some future point in time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cox. Any question for Mr. Cox? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your time, sir. At this time, I'd like to go to Mr. Sean Taylor. Mr. Taylor, can you hear us?
I can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you all hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Name is Sean Taylor, Executive Director of the Wyoming Rural Electric Association, on behalf of the 11 distribution cooperatives in Wyoming. First of all, my apologies. I don't have a tie on because I have a cast on. I can't tie a tie. So I heard you mention casual Wednesdays earlier, so I'm just going with the flow. I will be brief because I've never testified on a bill that's already dead. So I'm going to just switch gears here and kind of reiterate a few things that have been said. This is what we're trying to do is it's all about fairness. If we want to have a email competition, I will do my damnedest before the next meeting in session to get a number of folks who aren't net metering customers who don't agree with subsidizing net metering customers. But it's not a us versus them issue. We support the solar industry. We're not trying to kill it. We just want it to be fair. And as Mr. Cox just testified, there is a subsidy and we can show it. And I guess I'm looking up some notes because I had a number of things I wanted to cover, but I want to be quick. Senator Case talked about fixed costs, and that's where it all comes down to. We, whether it's a co-op or an IOU, we built this system to serve everybody. And if there is a subsidy paid by non-net metering customers to cover the cost of that infrastructure, whether it's substations, poles, wires, what have you, that's just not fair. And so we want to support the industry, but not on the backs of our folks who either choose not to do it or who can't afford to do it. And so I guess I'll wrap it up, Mr. Chairman. I agree that sending this to the PSC is the right way to go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Questions for Mr. Taylor? Representative Clausen, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Taylor, how long does a ion of electricity last before it's customer generated or you generated before somebody uses it?
Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clausen, can you repeat that?
I think he meant to say, how long does an electron, not an ion,
An electron,
an
sorry.
electron of electricity last before somebody uses it? Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, I have no idea.
The answer I think that they'd be looking for is if technology was where we wanted it to be, where large storage capacities were actually a thing and weren't just being tried out, then the reality is as long as storage capacity could last. But as is the case, large storage capacity is just it's being tried out right now. Unsuccessful.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess to follow on, as soon as an electron is produced, it's consumed.
That's right.
Right.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Taylor? Yep. Representative Roscoe, I'll allow this one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taylor, on my bills, I do have rooftop solar in a couple different places, but there's a service charge on every bill. And I just assumed that some of that went to infrastructure. Wasn't sure what it went to, but I was just wondering if maybe some of the discrepancies or the difference between people generating their own power could be made up in just in a service addition onto the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Roscoe, and I did try to return your call the other day. I think we missed each other. Yeah, the fixed costs or the customer service charge that you're talking about, they vary from co-op to co-op and investor-owned utility to investor-owned utility. We've had, if we truly wanted to get at the fixed cost, I think Senator Case talked about this earlier, you'd see a huge increase in the customer service charge to cover the fixed costs. As it is now, the rates are structured that they're not fully covered in that fixed cost. So if we wanted to get to a point where the fixed costs are fully covered by every customer, you'd see a pretty significant increase.
Further questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time, Mr. Taylor. It's appreciated.
Thank you.
just like everybody else, please stick around. Somebody might want to harass you in the future. All right, moving on with public testimony, I'll remind everybody, as I said with the, when we were going over the wind bill, if your name is, as an example, I'm not picking on anybody, if your name is Teton Amy, I have nobody listed on my public testimony as Teton Amy. So that means you've got your name wrong. I need you to change your name on the Zoom so I can recognize who you are to allow you into the room. And okay, so we're going to go to, I think I've got Mr. Selmer in here, Mike Selmer. Mike,
I'm here.
There you
I'm
are.
here. I have very brief remarks.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, first, as a board member of the Alliance for Renewable Energy of Laramie, and on behalf of its hundreds of supporters, I want you to know that we oppose any changes to the net metering regulations. And any changes that make residential solar less economically valuable. Instead, we urge you to consider legislation that will encourage growth in small businesses around our state and provide diversity in our economy. I had some prepared remarks, but I want to say that first, I dispute what was presented by the person that's supposed to represent consumers. This effort to kill solar, because that is what is happening, was not, and I repeat, not started because of any complaint by a consumer. It was started by legislators and energy providers who have never put forward any legislation that encouraged any kind of energy production except via fossil fuels. The state of Wyoming, the legislature of Wyoming has never done anything to encourage renewables in our state. Every step that's been taken has been an effort to inhibit or regulate to such a degree that it harms companies that want to start or move to Wyoming for renewables. And we need to change that, because fossil fuels will go the way of the dinosaur eventually. The second part, I'm speaking for the Wyoming climate activists throughout the state. And what I have to say directly addresses why all of us actively oppose and think you should reject this bill. I've listened to more than 4 hours of testimony, including heartfelt homage to our veterans. Veterans who served in wars that required sacrifice from many, some sacrificed their lives. During the hearing on the wind bill and testimony here, I heard barely a whisper of the real challenges that our state, our country, and our world face. More than a decade ago, scientists warned us that a tipping point was approaching, where feedback loops would accelerate global warming, drought, causing forest fires, producing more CO2, which causes more drought, thawing tundra, releasing methane, creating more heat, thawing more tundra, melting Arctic ice, making darker oceans, absorbing more heat, and melting more ice. This October, Arctic sea ice was 58%, just half.
That's your time. If you could wrap up, Mr. Selmer, please.
Okay, I'll get my point real quick here. I think this is really important. The average October ice coverage was down 58%, and it's 173,700 square miles below what the mark was last October. That's almost twice the size of Wyoming. That's how much less ice in the Arctic was produced in October. And scientists believe we may have a completely ice-free Arctic within the next 3 years, not decades, but years. I'll go ahead and cut my remarks short. The point is that we face an emergency that none of us are doing a good job of addressing. And legislation like this harms any efforts that individuals would like to take. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Selmer. I appreciate your input and your testimony. Thank you for being patient and waiting. Mr. Selmer, before you go away on us though, I would ask you, did you support Representative Yin's proposed legislation in regards to net metering? This is from several years ago.
Representative Yin has proposed something. I suspect that I would support it because I know he and I are on the same wavelength in terms of the climate crisis.
Well, and the reason I asked that, Mr. Selmer, is you had stated that the legislature, and none of us have ever done anything in this regard. I would ask that you go look at that piece of legislation and look at the co-sponsors on that bill, because several of them are on this committee, including myself. I take it a little bit of offense at your comments.
I have a question for you then. Is this legislation that has passed?
No, we tried.
Okay, well, that was my point though.
Oh, yeah, damn the effort. Okay.
The legislature has not done anything to encourage. Your committees may have, and I appreciate individual efforts like those of Representative Yen. I encourage you to continue working to get something passed.
Well, this helps. Thank you, Mr. Selmer. Any other questions for Mr. Selmer? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Selmer. Appreciate your time, and please stick around. The next we're going to go to is Mr. Greg Hunter.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Hunter. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me? Am I all
Yep,
good?
you're good to go. Let her buck.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Greg Hunter from Laramie, Wyoming. I want to thank everyone for their service and those heart-wrenching stories I heard this morning. I would like to pray that our civilian leadership only commits our troops when it's absolutely the last resort. My father was granted leave as a distribution engineer from Dayton Power and Light Company in order to fulfill draft obligations to serve in the Navy during the Korean conflict. His cruiser did not see action unless one considers cruising into Havana and Guantanamo before the arrival of Castro as action. So I wanted to ask him about these adventures, but I'm afraid my jealous mother would not want to hear these stories, and he has since passed. I've had a great honor to work for every branch of the armed services, and I've learned a great deal from those who serve. So I wanted to thank everyone for their service. I also want to thank the committee and members of this legislature for their work. I realize we are losing some very important members of the legislature, and I fear that the replacements are short of the mark. First and foremost, I believe the taxpayer should own energy production, as energy is the key to our prosperity. I, as a taxpayer, would rather own energy production than the roads, but that's not where we are we? Yet. As a matter of fact, if Senator Scott would dust off his bill where Wyoming would call out the National Guard to operate Yellowstone and replace Yellowstone with the operation of Jim Bridger and Naughton, I would back that legislation. I believe that the taxpayer makes an investment in energy, producing energy, then the taxpayer should receive the same benefit that Warren Buffett gets when he produces our electricity. The cheap energy used by individual people of Wyoming could lead to new technologies and beneficial uses that may not happen if you burden these energy producers with a larger rate, as this bill will do. Now, I realize the energy transmission people will say they need the money to maintain their lines. But I want to continue with the California theme from the other day. The California wineries was the theme yesterday, if I remember, by using their experience as a guide to these arguments. It is my understanding that California distribution systems took the money that was supposed to be used to maintain the infrastructure and paid managers and stockholders without maintaining those lines. So much so that the utilities are now bankrupt due to this degraded infrastructure failing and causing wildfires. So unless the legislature has taken steps to ensure that these infrastructure companies are actually using the money to maintain our energy distribution system, I see no reason to punish innovative and invested energy producing Wyoming citizens. Thank you very much. I'll stand for any questions if you have them.
Questions for Mr. Hunter? Any questions for Mr. Hunter? Not saying anything. You're getting off easy, sir. Thank you for your time. Appreciate your testimony, and please stick around.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just feel the need to really express something here. I think, I know and I value people's ability to testify and express themselves, but I really feel like people need to pay attention and listen here. The whole idea of us shifting gears on this from this original bill is because we're not experts. And I can't express it enough that the PCS is experts when it comes to rates and this issue. And that's the direction that we're going with this bill. So I just wanted to reiterate that we're not rehashing the bill that was presented. We're looking at the alternative of letting the experts drive the bus. And we have to have something in place in statute for those experts, correct?
Mr. Hunter, do you agree that the experts should be involved in decision-making in regards to utility rates?
I do believe that the experts should be involved, and again, like I said, I think there's a lot of parts. I listen to Cal. I mean, I listen to Cal, and I've listened to Representative Ayer, but again, I've also looked at what has happened with our energy in Wyoming. Everybody said Obama killed it, but really Warren Buffett did. Not killed it, but I mean, he owns everything in the state, and from distribution to everything. So I just want to make sure that we are represented and that we are considered, because I do believe energy is a very, very, very critical thing for how we bring industry in and all those things. And I recognize that the legislature gets it, but the capitalists seem to be a much longer term thinkers than the legislature is. So I just wanted to make sure that we look out for us, the ratepayers, and the ones that are going to have to rely on that infrastructure, and also look at the budgets going forward, because I feel like we all know that they're in trouble.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Hunter? Not seeing anybody. Thank you for your time, Mr. Hunter. Really appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to go on now to Mr. John Burrows. Mr. John Burrows, are you available, sir? Mr. John Burrows.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, tuning in here. Well, thank you for your time this afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is John Burrows, and I'm here representing the Wyoming Outdoor Council. I think someone earlier today used the term log rolled, and as a listener and someone trying to provide meaningful comment on this topic, that's kind of how I feel right now. We're going to have to oppose moving anything forward on net metering today. We're glad to participate in the discussion here, but it seems to make sense to take the time to digest this new idea and learn how other states are looking at this and thinking about it. Also, it's hard on members of the public to totally switch gears when they've spent the last few weeks researching and preparing comments on an entirely different bill. So I don't think we can expect people to be instant experts on this topic. We've heard that already in testimony. And it seems hard right now at the 11th hour of the last day here to have a meaningful conversation on this topic. And with that said, I would just like to say that by our calculation, net metering makes up about 0.06% of all retail electric sales in Wyoming. In fact, if the entire installed capacity of net metering systems in Wyoming is only equal to the capacity of about 3 average-sized wind turbines. At this teeny level, cost shifting is not a problem that needs fixing right now. The fact is, Wyoming's electricity is among the cheapest in the country, and we have room to grow small-scale renewables under the existing net metering law without harming other utility-scale customers. This can be part of an economic diversification strategy as well. So we urge you to oppose this bill and table this conversation for another time. Net metering is not a problem that needs to rush reform right now. And we have bigger issues, frankly, as a state that demand our time and attention. If the committee is serious about changing net metering policy, we can learn from the examples of other states like North and South Carolina and Duke Energy right now, and that are working collaboratively with utilities, with regulators, and with stakeholders who are impacted to find solutions when there is actually a problem that needs to be addressed and fixed. So I appreciate your time. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. John Burrows? I'm not seeing anyone. I would ask you, Mr. Burrows, in regards to legislative session, have you ever participated in a Wyoming legislative session? You don't look familiar to me.
Mr. Chairman, I have last session. I was there down at the legislature for about a week.
So you probably know then, Mr. Burrows, that session is even quicker and faster than this as far as what can happen to a bill.
It moves quick.
It does. It does. I hope that doesn't change your opinion of every piece of legislation that's amended in the future.
No, it will not, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Burrows. Appreciate your time and your testimony, and I hope the Outdoor Council will stick around as this conversation moves forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Next, we're going to go to Mr. Travis Spears. Mr. Travis Spears, are you there? Go ahead, Mr. Spears. You're muted right now. There you are.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Fantastic. So definitely I want to thank you guys for hosting this and at least giving us an opportunity to talk to everyone that's been a part of this process. I know a year ago I extended my hand across the aisle here to even sit down and discuss some of the options and stuff when it comes to net metering in the state of Wyoming. This bill seems like it was kind of drafted quickly and without, public content or input at the beginning. So I'm glad to see that it's been tabled and not moving forward on that. To touch on a couple things that definitely I'd like to see change, or at least present some points of topic on this. We talk about diversifying our economy because if we put all of our eggs in one basket and the bottom falls out of that basket, then we lose a whole ton of employers, jobs, and money in our economy. Holly Frontier announced, the closure of 200 projects or 200 jobs. And if you figure roughly $80,000 to $100,000 a year for each of those 200 jobs, that's, $2 million a year in our economy that's now gone. If we have other areas for those people to go into and provide them a job, for example, all of our guys are licensed electricians. So they go through our apprenticeship program, they get a license, and they're turning out anywhere from $85,000 to $115,000 a year in wages. So those wages are going to be the same across the board. It takes 4 years to get through our apprenticeship, but we have available jobs for these guys to go to and transition. Wyoming is such a energy rich state, like not just oil and gas, not just natural gas, not just solar and wind, but I mean, we have the amenities of power across our great state because of where we are. Wyoming is the 5th best state in the nation for solar. With the amount of sun days that we have and sun hours that we have in our state, and our average ambient temperature provides opportunities for our solar systems rooftop to be able to create a lot of power here. Now, because of that, who's using most of the power during the day, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.? That's a commercial business. They're being built out. I mean, here in Cheyenne, I believe the commercial rate is like 15.6 cents a kilowatt plus a demand fee. So if these rooftop solar systems are producing power and putting power on the grid, it's reducing our demand on our local power companies, our local power transmissions. And it's also lessening the required maintenance on this stuff because we're also helping supply power. So the power that we're producing is being taken from us and sold to these companies at 15 cents a kilowatt, and we're being provided 3.6 cents at the end of the year when it's all said and done. I'm fine with the year-end true up. I don't like the idea of the way Representative Ear brought up the monthly true up. The whole idea of solar is to be able to provide power throughout the year for everything that you use. And that's how we size our systems and build our systems for our customers.
Mr. Spears, I will note that is no longer being moved forward. So you ain't got to worry about that as it stands right now. But your time is up. Would you like to wrap things up?
There's just 2 other points I'd like to make. One is the fact that residential power is only 14% of the annual income for the commercial applicants. And of that, last year, we learned that there was only 365 net metering customers. Of that, 14%. I mean, we've got 600,000 people in the state of Wyoming. I'm not saying we have 364 people that are net metering, but through that one utility company, that was it. That's minimal. So the cost shift and everything else, I think this discussion needs to be had with not just the public's commission company or agency, but also with us in the field here. So this way it's not just one-sided. Again, I'd like to extend my hand across that aisle to say I'm more than happy to sit down and discuss this stuff with anyone that wants to partake in writing the net metering agreement. I don't think it's bad the way it's sitting now, but that we definitely have some people across the state that think otherwise.
Mr. Spears, you're all right with the 25 kilowatt cap?
I'm fine with that for residential, but I would like to see it lifted to say 250 kilowatts for commercial. Right now we have a potential customer who is looking at putting a solar system on their property. Now, granted, the available space is going to be less than 25 kilowatts, but even 25 kilowatts is a drop in the bucket for the amount of power that these commercial applicants use. We're also a vetted contractor through Black Hills Energy doing LED retrofits on commercial applications. So it helps those companies reduce their energy consumption, which is then also reducing the demand on the grid, which is also then reducing the demand on our transmissions. So there's a lot of different ways to look at this and a lot of different ways that we can make it work better. But I think we're being very narrow-minded and focused only on rooftop solar and net metering for residential customers. And I think that's where we're going wrong.
Okay. Any question for Mr. Spears? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony, sir. I hope you stick around.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we're going to go to Mr. Pete Gosar.
Well, good afternoon, Co-Chair Lindholm and Co-Chair Landon, members of the committee. Thank you for taking the time, and thank you for the stories of this morning on a Veterans Day. I have an uncle who was killed in the Philippines in World War II. I think of him often. He is my namesake, and so thank you for all that have served. I do appreciate it. I do see a lot of Sublette County names that I'm familiar with, so it's nice seeing you all. But I think I would like to talk. Certainly, I was grateful that you put aside the net metering. I think sometimes we think about the ones and the zeros and the electrons and the electric currents, and we don't think about those people that are impacted. I have the great good fortune, as they say in Forrest Gump, of being an executive director of a clinic that provides healthcare to over 500 people without health insurance that are low income. 2 years ago, we made an investment into a solar array. And now I know that is being talked about being grandfathered in, but let me tell you what that has meant to our organization. Although it's returned a small sum, $750 in saved electric costs each year, we are able to maximize that 750, and that becomes 100 prescription medications for our clients. Now, that doesn't seem like much over a year's time, but if you're a diabetic and you need insulin, it's a huge thing. And so I think if you think about what it has meant to us, it has been a game changer for us. We are able to provide more services. And you know, those cost shifts don't just happen in electricity, they happen in healthcare. And I would rather not pull the ladder up behind me. I would advocate for other nonprofits and people that want to do the work of community to have this opportunity. And so I think that is an important piece that I haven't heard discussed today. I also serve as an Albany County Commissioner. I don't speak on behalf of either the clinic that I work on or the commission that I love to represent, but the people I represent. However, we have the beginnings of a solar industry in our community. For those of you who are not aware of Albany County and our budgets, I think we get the most out of the budgets per capita in Wyoming. We are not a rich community, have not ever been, but we do with what we can. We have the opportunity now to diversify our own world in Albany County, and we rely on money from the legislature to make ends meet at the end of the year. Well, we suspect that that money will be lessening, or at least I suspect that money will be lessening due to budget constraints. And maybe that's the way to plan. Maybe it won't be. And here's an opportunity for us to grow our base. We think about cost shifting. And I think about my solar arrays that I am familiar with.
Mr. Gosar, can you please wrap up your exercise?
Sure, you bet you I will. I think there's more to the cost shifting argument that is being discussed. I think there is property values and taxes and sales and use taxes and jobs that were saved and electricians that were employed because of solar, rooftop solar. So I think if we're going to have a great and a big discussion about it, I think there's other places, and I would like to see this be put off so that we can have a conversation that is more complete and more robust. And so thank you for your time. I sure do appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you, Mr. Gosar. Any questions for Mr. Gosar? Not seeing anyone. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your testimony. At this time, I'm going to go to Devin Brubaker. I'm sure I mispronounced that. Devin, are you there?
Yep, and it's Brubaker, Mr. Chairman, but you got it pretty close.
All right. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, committee members, appreciate your time today. I stood before you, I think a little over a year ago to testify about this subject as well. I'll do my best to keep my comments brief. My name is Devin Brubaker. I'm the airport director of the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport and the chairman of the Sweetwater Economic Development Coalition here in Sweetwater County. The Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport was the first airport in the state to use solar energy to help power our facilities and drive our operational subsidy from local taxpayers lower through the use of a net metering system. I stand in opposition to both the original legislation as well as the new proposed language. As this committee has acknowledged, this topic has drawn significant interest and demonstrated the democracy that we all desire. While Senator Case has had days, weeks, or even months to formulate his idea and think about it, the public has been given just minutes. The last minute pivot by the committee in what is your last interim meeting, while respectable for recognizing the issues with the original bill, does not provide adequate public notice to be considered or debated upon. In a normal legislative cycle, one could argue that if the committee were to move forward with this bill, there would be ample time and opportunity to provide public testimony during the regular session. As we are all aware, it is likely that the regular session will be anything but regular, with likely limitations on timely access to legislators. The solar industry continues to be the fastest growing occupation in our country, with a projected growth of 51% through at least 2029. With Wyoming having the 8th highest potential for solar energy production and ranking 43rd in jobs per capita, it seems to me that the solar energy may be one big piece of the pie in our efforts to diversify our struggling economy. There's a significant disagreement over whether a subsidy exists or not. Much like whether or not you should eat red meat every day or not, for every study that is produced saying there is a cost shift, there's an equal study that says there is not a cost shift. At least 16 state level studies and one national study conducted by the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab have all offered specific repudiation of the utilities argument that there is. Solar penetration levels below 10% have been demonstrated to not have any cost shift at all. Wyoming is currently at 6/100th of 1% of all electric sales in Wyoming. We are quite a ways away from that 10%. Furthermore, the argument does not take into account workforce, economic development, or even carbon emission benefits of net metering. The utilities' continual argument that there is a cost shift is a way to split solar users from non-solar users in a way that allows them to keep their monopoly, centralized electricity distribution model in place, similar to the old divide and conquer model used with such success in the old British Empire. This committee and legislature should play a role in policy creation regarding these disagreements to ensure that residents and businesses in Wyoming are not steamrolled by a utility hired gun at the PSC. I encourage you to vote in opposition to the original bill and the new language and let the work continue between stakeholders to come up with a solution. I will stand for questions.
Any questions, committee?
Yeah, just a quick one.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman. Yeah.
Mr. Brubaker, thank you for appearing again today, and I can sense the irritation. I understand. I get it. My question is, if the PSC were to take this up and make a decision a little over a year from now, does that grant enough time for public input and for consideration? Does that give you enough time to go in front of the PSC? And by the way, they might possibly land exactly where it is now. They're the experts. Is that enough time? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, appreciate the question. You know, a year ago, I would have told you that the PSC is where this belonged, but as I've learned more about the discussion, more about the industry, I really feel like this legislature, this committee and the legislature need to make a policy decision that would allow the PSC to establish a fair and just rate structure with the help of the stakeholders. Without that policy direction, simply breaking it down to, is there a cost shift or not? You have the public advocate, Office of Consumer Public Advocate, that says there is a cost shift, but we have a national study that says there's not. And I think that argument needs to be settled at the legislature. Is there a cost shift or is there not a cost shift? And is there a trigger when a cost shift becomes a problem? And I think that needs to be decided at the legislative level and then handed over to PSC to deal with the details.
Follow up? So, no, I tell you what, I'll stand down. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Clem, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to kind of follow up on that, this idea that's been presented to us, I think, is exactly what we just heard as far as the testimony, is to establish a policy, and a policy of fairness in that that there should not be any subsidy that would treat one group of people any differently than other people. And then with that policy established, let our experts go to work. And that's what I see this new idea doing. Do you see it different? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Brubaker.
Mr. Chairman and Representative, I do see it a little different. I respect the committee's and Senator Case's language that says that that there shall not be a cost shed or cost shift. But I don't think that the decision of whether that cost shift exists should be at the hands of the PSC. I think it should be with this legislature. Each of you, earlier in this meeting, one of the committee members spoke about, it might have been you, Mr. Chairman, about how you are elected to represent the people, not a lobbyist, not a utility. And when you go in front of the PSC and you go in front of those types of environments, you're not in front of elected officials. You're in front of appointed officials that aren't elected by the residents that are impacted by these decisions. And it's just my thought that this committee and the legislature should make that decision on behalf of the residents that they represent, whether there is a cost shift or not, utilizing all the data available, including statewide and nationwide studies.
Okay, any further questions, committee? Not seeing any. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Brubaker. Appreciate your time and thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to go to the way I had her marked down with the Teton Raptor Group. Amy McCarthy, are you there? Amy McCarthy. I had her in the room.
She's there.
There you go. Oh.
So, Mr. Chairman, one trick that I would use before was if you call out the speaker, but then put somebody on deck, then they'd be able to get ahead of the game and connect to their audio and be ready to go.
Good idea.
That's a good point. Ms. McCarthy, go ahead.
She's muted.
You're muted, Ms. McCarthy. And right after Ms. McCarthy will be Ellen Carreno. So if you could get ready, Ellen. Go ahead, Amy.
Great. Good afternoon, Co-Chairman Landon and Lindholm and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. I'm Amy McCarthy. I'm the Executive Director of Teton Raptor Center. We're a nonprofit based in Wilson, Wyoming that serves to advance raptor conservation through education, research, and rehabilitation. Last year, we reached just over 49,000 people through 401 live raptor programs featuring eagles, owls, hawks, falcons. And we're uniquely positioned in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem to provide research and rehabilitation that focuses on the nearly 30 different species of raptor that either call Wyoming home year round or make a significant stop here on their annual journeys, like rough-legged hawks that split time between here in the Arctic and Swainson's hawks that make an over 6,000-mile annual migration between Argentina and Jackson Hole. So what do raptors have to do with net metering? Well, Teton Raptor Center is currently undergoing a multi-year site improvement project at a historic ranch in Wilson. We believe that climate change is real and accelerating, and that global warming is a threat to raptor species and the ecosystems they depend upon. Thus, we are planning to incorporate 2 photovoltaic arrays in our construction project on this campus. Our plans for building integrated photovoltaics will help offset carbon contribution and will help inspire and educate thousands of visitors that will come to our campus. It's impossible to teach visitors about the health of raptor species without recognizing their habitat and what is changing within it. Our solar pavilion and outdoor covered education space will be a central area for visitor experience, a wonderful opportunity to share not only the wonder of raptors, but also the wonders of green energy to our program participants through the educational programs. So Teton Raptor Center has planned this installation under the current rate system, which provides retail credit for surplus power. We've contracted with Creative Energies, a Wyoming business, to do this work. And the proposed changes, although I realize that we are now kind of talking about something a little different here, but the proposed changes in the original language to net metering may jeopardize our ability to use photovoltaics. And not only would we prefer to have economic predictability surrounding any surplus power that we produce, we also want predictability that will ensure the viability of businesses like Creative Energies that will install and upgrade and maintain our system. So the net metering change as originally proposed will threaten the existence of not only Creative Energies, but other small solar installers in the state. And with regard to the recent pivot and change in direction, we would oppose advancing a bill on net metering at this time. So I thank you again for all of your time today. Happy Veterans Day, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to comment.
Any questions for Ms. McCarthy? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Ms. McCarthy. I appreciate your testimony, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Ms. Ellen Curano. I hope I pronounced that right.
Yes, well, you did a pretty good job, committee chair. Thank you so much for taking time to hear all of our public comments. My name is Ellen Carano. I'm speaking on behalf of the Laramie-Albany County Environmental Advisory Committee, or EAC. We wrote a position statement opposing the initial net metering bill that was being considered today, and I'd emailed that to each of you. Given that I'm speaking in official capacity for EAC, I can't wander from that statement, but I think 3 excerpts are still relevant. First, we recommend that any proposed legislation amending net metering policies stem from a strong foundation in our communities and with active participation of our citizens. Further, we advocate leaving the term net metering in any bill, raising the current cap, and ensuring that retail rates are paid for consumer-generated energy to encourage investments that would help Laramie become carbon neutral, provide long-term cost savings to our city, county, and private citizens, and support job growth. Second, Laramie has big plans for rooftop solar. This March, City Council unanimously passed a resolution establishing intent to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And key to achieving this goal is the installation of solar energy systems on municipal buildings. This has already begun thanks to a Rocky Mountain Power Blue Sky Award. Future solar installations will require financial backing from the city, which is much more likely with the guarantee of fair payback for excess energy produced. We're also excited about opportunities for our community to return brownfield land to tax rolls through renewable energy projects, which again is only possible when utilities purchase back energy at the utilities retail rate. And last, decreasing dependence on fossil fuels and increasing use of renewable energy are essential to minimize climate change. In Albany County, we experience the effects of climate change on our water resources and on wildfire frequency and intensity. This September, the Mullen Fire decimated over 175,000 acres in our beloved Snowy Mountains, and it's threatening 40% of our water supply. Air quality in Albany County was terrible for weeks as the fire burns. Meeting the challenges of climate change and preventing increased occurrences of events like the Mullen Fire demand urgent attention, primarily through seeking alternative sources of energy. Renewable energy offers an environmentally sound alternative for meeting our energy needs, but the previously proposed amendments would stifle the extent to which Albany County and Wyoming more broadly can do so. Thank you for your time, and thank you to everyone who served our country.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Carano. Is there any questions, committee?
Right here, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Carano, real quickly, did your group oppose or support the wind farm that was to be located on state lease land that was announced last week that it had been turned down? I know there were a lot of residents in your community who testified against that wind farm. Where did you guys land on that one?
Ms. Carano, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We were not able to put that on our agenda and discuss it, so we do not have a stance.
No follow-up?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate your testimony, ma'am. All right, we're gonna keep moving here, folks. Up next, and I should have put somebody on deck, Mr. Nick Patrick. And then after them, we'll have Josh Smith. So Mr. Nick Patrick, go ahead. We see you. We can't hear you though.
Google.
There you
Hello.
go. Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, sir.
All right. Can't see you, but I promise to be ready. I'm sorry for the discombobulation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for this opportunity to testify. Although the subject has been changed, I still feel like some of my observations are still pertinent. I adamantly am opposed to these bills and the current revision of it that happened way too soon. In 2010, I installed a net metering solar array. I knew it would take years to pay it off, but I felt like it was the right thing to do in my meager efforts to combat climate change. This morning, my inverter display said I've kept 225,000 pounds of carbon out of the atmosphere. I'm a fifth generation Wyoming rancher and have been a building contractor for 45 years. My grandfather actually brought the REA to this valley in the late 1930s, early 40s. I've always sought methods and ways to build that improve structures efficiency. This starts with orienting and passive and active solar design, better insulation, better windows. All these things help save electricity. I installed my first active solar systems in 1978, and they still make hot water today. The solar industry drives a lot of economic activity and is one of the fastest growing sectors in today's economy. Creating new employment opportunities in this energy sector is forward thinking and critical to our future. I'm involved in 3 net metering projects that are on hold because of these bills to limit or eliminate net metering. At the time when the rest of the world is moving to a more sustainable future, Wyoming should not be discouraging jobs and opportunities for responsible growth. One of Wyoming's biggest exports is our young people. Not only do these policies do immediate damage to Wyoming's economy, but they make Wyoming a less desirable place for families or businesses to move to. We need to embrace the future. The very survival of our state and the world depend on it. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. Any questions for Mr. Nick Patrick? Any questions, committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony, sir. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
And just as a reminder, for those listening in that might be in the waiting room, if you find yourself suddenly added to the main room from the waiting room, I'm going to consider that your notice that you're going to be up pretty quick. So please take it as such and prepare. So next up is Mr. Josh Smith, who already has his video on. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. And thank you all for staying through all the public testimony. I'm Josh Smith. I'm a research manager at the Center for Growth and Opportunity at Utah State University. And Representative Iyer and I have talked about some of the research that we've done at the CGO and that I've done on net metering specifically. And in that research, one of the underappreciated aspects about electricity markets over the last 10 to 20 years is just how much solar technologies have improved. I'd sum it up simply as solar is here to stay. According to Lazard's levelized cost of energy analysis, utility scale solar is actually much cheaper than coal and natural gas. And that's impressive because Lazard's numbers are industry standards that everyone points to. Yet those same numbers show that rooftop solar is 5 times more expensive than utility scale solar. And so this is the question is, where do those costs go? With net metering, what happens is those costs are shifted from rooftop solar adopters onto non-adopters. The academic research here is very clear, and though it is a technical issue, I think there's a simple analogy with how a cafe might consider some of its customers. For example, imagine Tim. Tim walks into a cafe, he pays $2 for a black cup of coffee, then he sits down in the corner and opens up his laptop and starts working. He turns the cafe into his own little office. He plugs into the outlet that's underneath the table, uses the cafe's Wi-Fi, enjoys all the benefits that the cafe provides. And because of that, the cafe owner can tell, well, at some point, Tim's going to cost me more than that $2 that I received from him for the coffee. So the issue there is, how do they respond? They have to raise their coffee prices. And that's the same problem for net metering with utilities. They provide a lot of services, they provide the grid maintenance, and those are especially expensive for a state like Wyoming that's not densely populated. There are more miles of utility lines and utility poles per person than in other states that are more densely populated. And so those cost shifts matter, and they matter more quickly than in a state that's more densely populated. So one solution that other states are pursuing is to start paying the avoided cost rate. That's something like Utah just approached, and it's like paying or going shopping at Sam's Club rather than at a convenience store. It's the rate, importantly, that other solar providers already receive in the state, and something that the research is clear on can help prevent or limit the cost shift that occurs because of net metering. These changes, moving from a retail rate to an avoided cost rate, ensure that people who benefit are also those who are paying for those benefits that they enjoy. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Smith? Any questions, committee? Not saying any. Thank you very much for your time, sir. Appreciate it very much. We're going to go on now to Ms. Kara Kolovich. Ms. Kara Kolovich, and then if you're in the room and you're no longer in the waiting room, you're on deck. I'm going to be random about picking. Ms. Kara Kolovich, welcome to the Wyoming Legislature's Corporations Committee. I see your audio is still connecting. It takes a little while for some reason when you go from mute to non-mute. There you are. I think you're good to go now. Ms. Kolovich, you're still muted, but please unmute yourself and go ahead. There you are.
Not now.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, this is my first time testifying ever. So thank you for having me, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Kara Kolovich, and I am from Lander, Wyoming. I was going to oppose the draft bill, but now we're not doing that, so I won't waste time on that. But I do want to provide a couple of other ideas that maybe haven't been presented. One is that other states are approaching net metering with ideas outside of the box, like trying to incentivize energy storage as part of a net metering policy. So if individuals were to have batteries, they could store that energy and distribute it later when energy was more needed. So during those peak times in the very early mornings or in the late evenings, this would help the grid be more resilient, because Yeah, it's just another tool in the tool belt. And a broader point that I would like to make is that the state of Wyoming should look at promoting solar, whether that is through this incentive of a retail rate or through more utility solar, because we need to diversify our energy sources and create jobs in a transitioning economy. Putting political leanings aside, the fact is that the incoming administration plans to make investing in clean energy a top priority during these next 4 years. And on the flip side, here in Wyoming, coal companies are filing for bankruptcy because the market is favoring clean, low-cost renewables. With this market transition away from coal, more Wyomingites are out of a job, but there are real career opportunities in the growing solar industry for these workers right here and right now, and especially in the rooftop solar industry. And for all the talk about the brain drain happening in the state, the solar profession allows for on-the-job training in the trade for young people right out of high school or while attending college. I myself grew up here in Lander, and upon returning to the state, I found my first job in the solar industry. So they welcomed me with open arms. So in closing, I would just like to encourage us to look at other states' policies who have more distributed renewable energy than we do, and they are handling net metering policies in ways that we are not talking about here right now. So I would encourage us to look at other examples. And this is an opportunity for us to employ those caught in the transitioning energy economy, as well as young people who want to build their careers here in Wyoming. Above all, I hope that this committee considers not only the utilities economics and net metering bill, but the citizens and the state's economics as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kolovich. Any questions, committee? Yeah, go ahead, Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I have to ask, are you Jack Steinbrecht's granddaughter?
I am, yeah.
Wow, so a few of you served with Jack in the House of Representatives, and I got to serve with him. We overlapped his first year, and I'm really glad, and you testified wonderfully. Thank you. Welcome.
Thanks.
You look a little like him, actually.
Yeah, the nose.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am. Is there any other questions for Ms. Kolovich? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, next up, we've got Mr. Leo Plublitz. And I believe, let me check here. Mr. Leo Plublitz was one of the first people to sign up. So we really appreciate your patience, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of this esteemed committee. Thank you for this opportunity. I had a prepared statement, which I'm going to choose to read, and you can take what you will out of it. Since it was changed, since things have changed since the beginning of this meeting. My name is Leo Plublitz, and I'm here to testify on behalf of the Wyoming Solar Energy Association. I'm a 24-year resident of Laramie and a graduate of the University of Wyoming. I have a bachelor's degree in geology. I have experience working in the oil and gas industry, but I am currently employed in the solar industry. My wife grew up in Campbell County and has been an employee of UW for 17 years. We love living in Wyoming. We feel extremely fortunate to have the opportunity to raise our 3-year-old son here. We are well aware of the struggles that the coal industry is facing. My brother-in-law works at the Black Thunder coal mine in the northeastern part of the state. And we understand that the coal industry has been the lifeblood for many communities across the state for a long time. Unfortunately, our state is now at a crossroads. Wyoming ranks 8th in the country for solar resources, and the solar industry is the fastest growing electricity source in the world. According to the Solar Energy Industries Association, since 2016, US annual additions of new solar electric generating capacity have grown by 35%. By comparison, the coal industry has experienced zero growth. The proposal of the previous legislation and this amendment would negatively impact 150 to 160 people currently working in the Wyoming solar industry and their families. I'm concerned about the direction in which our elected officials want to take us. Wyoming needs a shot in the arm to reinvigorate our economy. The solar industry could deliver a variety of jobs in manufacturing, system design, project development, and installation. When would be a better time to explore other industries to get our state back to work? If the coal industry fails to rebound, what will be left for our children? I ask that you please vote no on the proposed legislation, which you already did. So I ask that you please tread lightly moving forward with amendment that you're proposing. It would do great damage to the blossoming solar industry in our state and could have a negative impact on the economy that we leave for our children. So I thank you for your time and just ask that there is input from other parties when it comes to moving forward with this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Puglitz. Any questions, committee? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And in the interest of time, I am gonna ask that those testifying speak towards either the bill that we've already killed or speak directly towards what we're currently considering, and less soapboxing. And I'm not trying to be hard on people. It's just we've got a lot more testimony coming up, and yeah, well, I guess maybe I am being hard on folks. I'm going to go next to Ms. Erin O'Doherty. I hope I pronounced that right. I probably didn't. I'm horrible at this.
It's a hard name to pronounce. Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
All right, thank you. My name's Erin O'Doherty, and I'm a city councilor in Laramie. I'm opposed to this amendment as stated today by Senator Case because of the effect it'll have on Laramie if it passes. The sentence "in a manner which prevents subsidies between customers" sounds like it would kill the Rocky Mountain Power's Blue Sky program. Because right now, as a ratepayer, I pay an extra $10 a month in order to subsidize renewable projects around the Rocky Mountain West. Laramie, as stated earlier, has just started with the solar array for the rec center and for the ice center. And we were already limited by the 25 kilowatt problem. But I hope you won't tie our hands, because it gives us an opportunity to help pay for municipal operations and maybe even generate some revenue. So I ask you to not pass either of these, because I do think the Public Service Commission is a good place to decide on rates. But I think that the way this is written, and I'm afraid it's too hasty, that it would tie our hands even further. And also I want to say, as a citizen, a ratepayer, that regarding the fixed cost of the system, I don't have a solar array on my house. I just have very efficient appliances, and I'm conscientious about my energy use. So right now, more than half of my power bill, not counting the extra $10 I give for the Blue Sky program, more than half is the base cost. So if fixed costs aren't covered by that base charge, then I guess I'm the guy at the coffee shop, not with my $3 coffee. But I'm happy to pay what it costs to connect to the grid. So if they're not charging me for that, then that's a different issue, I think. So thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Committee, any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Senator Case.
To the good lady's point about the Blue Sky program, I don't think this would affect that at all. It's only under the customer generated part. It's under the existing net metering statute. So I don't think it would affect that, Mr. Chairman. And ma'am.
But it says prevent subsidies between customers. So the $10 a month that I pay for Blue Sky subsidizes some other customers.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Case.
Ma'am, it's within the article, the piece of law that deals with the net metering, and it only relates to that. It's not reaching outside of the customer generated electricity. So it would not apply to Blue Sky. I support Blue Sky. It's a voluntary customer program. It's matched with some stockholder money, I believe. It's a good program. That's not, that is definitely not aimed at in this and would not be covered by the proposal.
I don't think that's the intention, but doesn't sound like that. Thank you.
Guess she's up for debate. It's definitely one of those things. We might have to pull in the PSC in that regard again to verify. In regards to any other questions, committee, is there any others for the good city councilwoman? Saying none. Thank you very much for your time, man. Appreciate you. I'm going to go next to George McClellan. Mr. McClellan has been patient with us all day and really appreciate his time and his patience.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman of the committee. I appreciate your ability to hang in there too. It's been a long day. I'm George McClellan, speaking as an individual. I'm a building contractor and a 45-year resident of Wyoming. My business was incorporated in the state in 1980. I've been involved mostly in residential construction, but I've installed photovoltaic systems on a number of projects, both on and off the grid. I have 2 PV systems on my home right now. Today has been a little bit of a moving target, but I think I'm going to stick with my prepared remarks, and I hope I'm not on the soapbox too much. But there seem to be 2 sort of overreaching fundamental issues surrounding the issue. And the first is that global climate change is real. And the second is that there are a lot of people in Wyoming who recognize this, and beyond recognition, these people embrace the exercise of personal responsibility in transitioning to a more healthy and sustainable future. Our local utility, Lower Valley Energy, has been conspicuously neutral in the current net metering debate. And over 900 rural co-ops nationwide, Lower Valley provides the cheapest power in the country. And one reason for this outstanding service is that they remain both visionary and immediately responsive to what matters most: the people, the customers, and the owner of the co-op. Lower Valley has long championed and subsidized conservation measures. They have provided wind and other renewable energy to co-op members, and this power has come at a premium. The members are willing to pay for that. These initiatives were undertaken due in large part because that is what the members asked for. And I have to wonder, it's been stated here that the cost shifting effects are anything but benign, but I'm sort of wondering if they were anything but, Lower Valley would have commented on this in some way. Anyway, I agree with the prior testimony stating that the proposed legislation will kill a growing industry in Wyoming, and I can attest that the personal investments that I have made in rooftop solar will be diminished. I agree that there may be a valid cost shifting argument from the utilities, but that threat right now is minimal. As was stated before, it is 6/10,000ths of the power produced in Wyoming is now produced through rooftop solar.
If you could wrap up your comments, sir, you just ran out of time.
Boy, okay. I want to talk about collaboration, and I would like to bring to your attention a recent deal reached with Duke Energy in the Carolinas. The deal was termed innovative, bipartisan, collaborative, and creates long-term stability for residential solar industry. It's an issue where it's called solar choice net metering, and the plan utilizes smart thermostats and incentivizes solutions. There's ways to go about this. And I just urge you here in the People's House to listen to the people, be visionary, and to seek collaborative ways where net producers and utilities can both benefit. And one more thing here. I mean, the mission of the Wyoming Energy Authority, which aims to build an energy strategy for Wyoming, is to and I quote, diversify and grow Wyoming's critical energy sectors with particular emphasis on strengthening existing energy industries and preparing for what's to come in the future. residential rooftop will be part of the future and should be part of Wyoming's strategy. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. McClellan. Really appreciate your testimony and your patience with us here today in testifying. I'm a little bit of a generation and transmission geek. That's where I spent a lot of my earlier years putting bread on the table for the wife and kids. And Lower Valley Energy is an interesting utility, and they're a very good utility. I don't mean to diminish them at all, but the reason their rates are so low has to do with the fact that that comes through hydro, which is and not just hydro, it actually comes through a federally subsidized agency called Bonneville Power out of Montana. And so, yeah, it's an interesting gig. I wish we all had hydro, except I don't know that there's anything more harmful for the environment than flooding an entire canyon. But hey ho. Any questions for Mr. McClellan? None. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your time, and I hope you'll stick around in case something else comes up.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to go now to, boy, I had somebody picked up. Oh, Marav Ben David. Are you there, ma'am? There she is, and I believe you're muted. There you go. You're good to go.
Thank you very much for having me, and happy Veterans Day to everybody. I'm not going to read my comments. Everybody's already said all the points and probably said it better than I could. I want to bring two issues up. One is, please consider that Wyoming is going to look very, very different than it does today. In 5 years, in 10 years, we're going to look at very different grid. We are going to look at very different energy generation. And I think rooftop solar will be one of the main sources of energy across the state, which will free other sources of energy production to develop our economy in other ways. So let's not think about the costs that it is the utilities are burdened with today, but rather make projections to a very, very different future. So that's the main comment. And the other comment is about the amendment that you proposed today. And that is that the language there seems a little odd to me. I will echo Aaron O'Doherty's comments. The language is a little hasty. I don't think that we had enough time to look through it. And also the timeline. There is a gap of 6 months between July 31st of 2021 and when the committee will start, or the public service will start looking at the alternatives. I would like us to maybe table everything that we're talking about right now and make that proposal by Representative Case a little more solid.
Okay, questions for Ms. Ben David? I'm not seeing any. Well, thank you for your time, ma'am, and appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to, oh boy, I'm really going to screw up this name. Mr. Adam Keifenheim. God, I hope that's right.
I am impressed. You actually got it right. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for hearing my testimony today. A lot has changed. I'm going to try and flip through my notes and give you what I have. My name is Adam Keifenheim. I'm a resident of Lander and a professional engineer in the state of Wyoming. I specialize in thermal fluids, so I do have a level of expertise in this subject. I also happen to be the owner of a house that has undergone major energy efficiency improvements, in addition to being the owner of a rooftop solar array. We've talked a lot about the cost shifting, and that I have a problem with this argument because the fixed costs that are locked up in the rate are there. They will be adjusted regardless of whether you perform efficiency improvements or if you install a rooftop solar array under net metering. In other words, finding alternatives to air conditioning and electric heating Installing efficient refrigerators and air drying once closed has a far greater cost shifting effect than net metering. By my calculations for my own house, efficiency improvements were 2 to 5 times more electricity reducing per dollar of my own investment than rooftop solar was. I agree that this problem needs to ultimately be fixed at the rate structure level, which comes down to the PSC, but I agree with Devin Brubaker that there should be guidance on this topic to the PSC from the legislature on how to do that. And I disagree that there should be no incentive for rooftop solar. Rooftop solar offers all the environmental benefits that we've mentioned. It does so at a less efficient rate than industrial scale solar. However, the advantage that it holds over industrial scale solar is that it is distributed on already impacted lands. There was a lot of discussion this morning during the wind discussion about the scenery and the environment of Wyoming being impacted by wind turbines. That holds true for industrial scale solar. Now, for the record, I am pro industrial scale solar. However, that impact is still there. There should be some sort of incentive, subsidy, or some sort of advantage that is advised to the PSC to incentivize rooftop solar because it is clean energy produced on no cost of land whatsoever. That's all I have for right now. This is obviously a very late change. It's been very hard to come up with items to say. I have time right now to answer questions, but I will be leaving after that. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Kiefenheim? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for your patience today, sir, and thank you for sticking with us in your testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, we're now going to go to Mr. Thor Nelson. Thor, are you there?
Hello, who are you going to?
Yep.
Paul Montoya?
Good afternoon. No, we're going to Thor Nelson, and then we'll be right with you, Mr. Montoya.
Okay, sounds.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, I had a couple of specific comments on the amendment that has been proposed by Senator Case. I don't know if you or the other committee members would find it helpful to pull that language up while I go through my comments, but I do have specific comments on the language that has been proposed and would offer a couple of thoughts along those lines.
Mr. Hewitt, please bring up the proposed language and then go ahead. Please go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Okay. The first comment that I'll make actually is the easiest because it doesn't tie directly to the language. One of the things that Senator Case's amendment does not do is expand the size of the eligible customer generation facilities. As was discussed earlier in Representative Ayer's bill, there was an idea that that should be increased above the 25 kW threshold. That's not reflected in Senator Case's bill. And my only point is this: if you want to increase it, I would ask that you not increase it any larger than under 1 megawatt. The reason for that is, as many of you know, and I apologize, I forgot to introduce myself. I was rushing into my 3 minutes. I represent the Wyoming industrial energy consumers, and many of our members have large scale industrial generation, much of which doesn't apply here because a lot of that is gas fired or coal fired. But what I also know is that I'm working with a number of our clients who are looking at installing large, 10 megawatt up to as big as 160 megawatt, frankly, solar facilities behind the meter. And so those facilities should not be roped up in this. They have very different arrangements with the utilities than a net metering type arrangement. And so making sure that the legislation not cover anything above 1 megawatt would be very helpful, and we would appreciate that. That's point one. Point number two, relative to the transition, I want to echo a point that I think Ms. Ben-David raised earlier, and that is there is this odd gap in the proposed legislation between the date at which customers are no longer eligible to operate under the old system and the date at which the PSC is to create the new system. And my recommendation would be that those two dates are synchronized so that the system, so that essentially the language in paragraph A be the same as the date in paragraph B. So if January 1, 2022 is the date when the new system takes place, I would suggest that the language from the old system mirror that so that there's no period of time where no one is quite sure what standard might apply. The other thing that I'll just mention relative to paragraph A, in most of the legislation that I've seen and in other issues I've seen in commissions, one of the challenges is the word new customers creates perhaps some ambiguity that the committee may want to avoid. And I would suggest you could avoid that by tying the date to the date that the solar system, or the customer-owned system rather, is installed. Because what a new customer is a different question. If you tie the applicability of the old regime and the new regime to the date that the facility is installed or the date that it comes online, it's a much more clear, bright line distinction that would not then be subject to some confusion and ambiguity going forward. So,
Mr. Nelson, you're out of time, so please wrap up.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I've got two other points that I want to make on this language. Okay, so number one, or the second point, on B, the language in B is not nearly broad enough. The problem is that the word compensation is too narrow. If you want the commission to do this, and I think that doing that is a good idea, then you want the commission not to address only the compensation, but the language that is often used is to address the rates, terms, and conditions of service. And so I would suggest that you broaden that. Secondly, when you talk about the subsidies, that is only one issue that the commission traditionally looks at when they look at these things. And I would recommend that you consider adding to that language that the rates, terms, and conditions be just, reasonable, then avoid subsidies. But then there are also two other issues that are captured in the current program that I think you should consider. The first is that the commission should be instructed that they can set up a system that will allow customers that install customer-owned systems to have reasonably stable pricing regimes over the life of their systems. That's really important because the commission, as a general principle, can't set rates that bind future commissions. But one of the biggest problems that we see in customers being able to deal with these pricing changes is they have to have some kind of consistency, or else it's very difficult to make the upfront investment that they make. And then last but not least, the existing statute also contemplates that the commission will set standards by which safety and other considerations will be adopted. And you need to incorporate that in here as well, so that when the commission does this program, they look not only at the rates, terms, and conditions, but they have a consideration of the safety elements that also go into this. And then finally, I'll just raise an observation, which is if you do the proposal exactly as is written, you will create a little bit of a gap relative to non-rate regulated cooperatives. Right now in the state of Wyoming, cooperatives are governed by the existing statute. And under this approach, the Wyoming Public Service Commission doesn't have rate authority over most of the cooperatives. They only have rate authority over Pre-Corps. So what that means is that you would have a group of the population of the state which is no longer covered by the existing statute and is not being covered by the commission. And so the committee may want to consider what you want to do with that population, which currently is unaddressed in this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Any questions for Mr. Nelson? Not seeing any. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nelson. Appreciate your testimony and your time and your specific points on the proposed idea. Thank you very much. Okay, next we're going to go to Paul Montoya. And Mr. Montoya, just like everybody else, I'll remind you, we're going to try to stick to the proposed idea.
Yeah, so this is going to be very, very quick because I was planning, first of all, I'm Paul Montoya. I live in Albany County, and I was originally going to speak, as much as I did in the last session, I spoke against industrial wind in inappropriate places. I'm very much in favor solar, and I was going to speak against that. I will say the amended proposal, I don't know enough about. I think there's other people here that have spoken that know far more than what I do as far as the Public Service Commission being involved in this, so I'll yield to them. I'm myself am planning on doing a large solar here at the building that I'm in, and I'm really looking forward to any encouragement toward putting solar in here from any government entity. It'd be good to see some type of support that way. My background is engineering. It's really my hope that in a matter of a few years, it'll be a case that we won't even worry about net metering because we'll have high efficiency storage capability within our facilities. And I think some other speakers have alluded to that. So I'll yield the rest of my time to people that are more knowledgeable. I thank you for the time today. Thank you.
Okay, really appreciate your testimony, Mr. Montoya. Any questions for Mr. Montoya? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Mr. Montoya. Okay, next up, we're going to go with Lila Johnson. Lila, are you there?
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Layla Johnson, and I'm a student at Laramie High School. The young folks in Laramie and around Wyoming, they care deeply about solar and the economic diversification it can provide our state. I had further testimony to provide in opposition to this bill, but I'm also in opposition to this new amendment. Please consider that the public has not been able to provide complete comment on this proposal, so I urge a no vote. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for Ms. Johnson? Committee, any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you for being involved, Ms. Johnson. It's I never sat through a committee meeting when I was your age, so you're light years beyond a lot of other people. So big kudos to you. That takes quite a bit of spunk and interest to be able to sit through one of these at your age. So big hat tip to you.
Thank you.
All right, next we're going to go, and I just added a bunch of people to the room. So if you're getting out of the room, be ready and be ready to go. Next, I'm going to go to Monica Leininger. Monica, are you there?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Monica Leininger from Powder River Basin Resource Council. Also want to thank the committees and committee members and their family that has served. Despite it being many, many hours later in the day, it is still Veterans Day. So thank you so much for your service to America. I really think we need to take a step back here. I mean, the public has not gotten a chance to really look at this, and the level of testimony people can provide is really limited. Also, I think that this is a much more nuanced issue than the Word document that Senator Case provided in terms of giving direction towards the PSC. But I want to make it very clear to the committee that what you'd be doing with this bill is having more regulatory uncertainty during this really uncertain time. And you're bringing that uncertainty not just to this industry that has some of the highest potential in the country, but you're bringing that uncertainty to installers, to small businesses, nonprofits, homeowners that maybe their financial situation has changed during COVID. All of these people could be harmed by future action at the PSC. So, earlier we heard about all these wind companies talking about this uncertainty. I have to understand why the legislature would want to go forward with this thing that doesn't provide any extra tax dollars to the state of Wyoming. It isn't a huge problem, as we found out with the numbers of integrated solar. So why would we rush to do this in the last committee meeting? That being said, I get why legislators would want to punt this issue to the Public Service Commission. There's obviously a lot of public input and you all are very busy, but another thing that you're doing by moving this bill forward is giving up your ability to represent those constituents that have solar, or those small businesses that have solar, or the downtown clinic that has solar. You're giving that up and putting it in the hands of the Public Service Commission by moving this forward. I do have some detailed comments on the proposed amendment that I will hope will be taken into account. I really think the language of rulemaking should be in there because we want to make it clear that this applies equally to utilities and co-ops. And as Mr. Nelson noted just before me, that the current law does apply across the board to everyone. So the current law is working and has worked. And it's really just a matter of how tangible you think this cost shifting issue is in Wyoming. Also, I think the language should make clear something that actually Senator Scott brought up at the beginning of this discussion about the benefits of solar and, you know, getting some sort of carbon credit or something like that. And I don't expect the committee to get into that level of detail, but I would say that the language should read in a manner which accounts for all costs and benefits of net metered customers. And I really think that subsidy language should be better well-defined. Subsidies, cost shifting, whatever you want to call them, is prevalent in rate structures across utilities. So I really think that needs a little bit more work. And with that, I'll just say thank you so much all for your service to the state of Wyoming and to the country. I'll stand for any questions.
That was the perfect timing, Ms. Leininger, right at the 3-minute mark. Any questions for Ms. Leininger? Now, I'll remind you, committee, Ms. Leininger is an industry hand, so she's fair to pick on. I'm teasing. Really appreciate your testimony today, Ms. Leininger, and please stick around in case anything gets wild. Next, we're going to go to Mr. Kyle White. Mr. White, are you available?
Yes.
We can hear you.
I'm trying to open my video.
We might have that. Oh, there you are. We see you now.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. I too would like to thank all veterans, and especially my dad, Marv White. He volunteered for the draft, served in Korea, and was educated under the GI Bill, while hugely benefiting both him and our family. Some decisions are long-lasting in their effects. I'm Kyle White. I'm Vice President of Regulatory Strategy for Black Hills Energy. I'm here representing the 38,000 residential customers we serve in Cheyenne and the 2,000 residential customers we serve in Northeast Wyoming. They are largely unaware of the situation that was created by the legislature over 15 years ago. I am in support of the direction that the committee is going with this legislation. I like what Senator Case is proposing. The Wyoming Public Service Commission and the Office of Consumer Advocate have the expertise to deal with this subject and have done so previously and done so with our company. The current law as it stands is a strongly written law. It basically mandates that there be a subsidy provided from one group of customers to another customer that makes a personal decision to make an investment in behind-the-meter renewable generation. This can only be changed by the legislature. It's currently, if you do not change that law, Wyoming public policy that our customers pay 5 times what the power is worth and far more than required by PURPA, the Carter administration federal law that encouraged customer-sited renewable generation. We cannot fix this. Our customer charge would be at least $80 in order to recover 100% of the fixed costs associated with providing the services that our customers need, including customers with rooftop solar and behind-the-meter renewable generation. Our current customer charge is just $13. Our retail energy rate is 13 cents. Our avoided costs that we pay for the excess energy that isn't used in their bank currently for net metering customers is just 2.6 cents. The subsidy is a complete 10 cents per kilowatt hour. We have also seen continuing growth in the customers that have this. When I testified before you about a year ago, we had some 360 customers that were net metering customers. We now are nearing 550, over a 40% increase in just a year. The industry is growing.
Mr. White, we're running out of time for you. Can you close up your statements? Sorry.
Yes, I may. So what I would recommend is that you move this forward to the Wyoming Public Service Commission. It is an issue that needs to be dealt with. It can be dealt with in this statute. If you want to provide a subsidy for customers, you have the ability to direct that to the Wyoming Public Service Commission. And also, the federal government provides an investment tax credit currently. It's currently 30% for projects finished this year, 26% next year, 22%, and then it ends. Wyoming does not need to provide a hidden subsidy for this renewable generation. And so I advocate on behalf of our 38,000 residential customers that you address this issue at this time before it becomes a bigger problem. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Mr. White? Any questions, committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony and your time, Mr. White.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on now to Ms. Harley Caligas. I know I got that one wrong.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Harley Caligas, and I'm a student at Laramie High School. I had further comment to provide in opposition to this bill, but with the latest changes, I would simply like to urge you to oppose this effort to change the bill and still proceed with it. In order to provide the most meaningful and relevant comment possible, the public needs time to consider and fully assess the changes that have been made, so I urge a no vote on this. Thank you again for your time.
Okay, Ms. Caligas, I'm going to tell your peer, or tell you the same thing I told your peer, that this is beyond anything I would have ever considered doing. So you're way ahead of the game. Good on you.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead. Representative Duncan.
Thank
Is your
you,
video
Mr.
on?
It's on.
Oh, it's
yes.
on. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it Harley?
Yes.
Okay, Harley. Who is your teacher or your instructor, or is this independent from a class or an instructor?
This is independent.
Okay, good for you. Even better.
Thank you.
Impressive.
Thank you.
Way to go. All right. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Caligas, and hopefully we'll get to hear from you in the future sometime. Stay engaged. Stay part of the solution. Okay, next up, we're going to go to Ms. Sophia Gomeski. Golly, some of these names are tough. I hope we got that one.
You were close.
That's close.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you so much for being open to hearing public comment. My name is Sophia Gomelski. I'm a sophomore at Laramie High School, and I know the bill has already been dismissed, but I'd like to contribute a little bit to the youth perspective on this general issue. I think that we need an energy system meant to protect our right to generate our own electricity, and that the people in Wyoming deserve fair compensation for the excess electricity that they produce, which means that the cost shifting argument, which may sound plausible at first, but the truth is that rooftop solar ownership doesn't cause unfair cost shifting. And rooftop solar actually saves all ratepayers and the utility money in most scenarios. Research and public utility commissions have studied how solar ownership affects non-solar customers, and the majority of research shows that solar owners actually pay more than their fair share of the grid's cost, and that net metering actually undervalues the energy solar owners send back to the grid. So I agree that experts should be the ones making decisions on this, so I'm really glad that's what's being considered now, but due to the short notice, I'm agreeing with Layla and Harley and asking that you consider a no vote. Thank
Ms.
you.
Gomeski, another future leader right there, swinging for the fence and coming after legislation as a sophomore in high school. I got a freshman in high school, and like when I talk about the legislature, she's just like, shut up, Dad. So good on you for being engaged and being part of the solution. Representative Furphy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I want to commend these students. I've met with several of them, and as you can tell, they've done their homework, they understand the issues, and they're being very active. So I just want to congratulate all of them for what they're doing. It's amazing, I think.
Yeah, very impressive. Super appreciate all of your work and your time spent being patient with us all. Really appreciate it, Ms. Gomeski. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. I got a suspicion that there might be a few more. Either way, we're going to go to our next speaker. That's going to be Ms. Michelle Irwin. Ms. Irwin. Oh, you're still muted, ma'am.
Hi, can you see me and hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, we got you. Go for it.
Chairman, committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I've trimmed my comments down and edited them in regards to this amendment. I'm Michelle Irwin. I live near the Sweetwater Solar Industrial Development Project. It highlighted the importance of developing renewables responsibly. Rooftop solar is constructed on an already developed footprint and is helping address climate change. My husband and I do not have rooftop solar, but would like to. It fits with our values of conservation and self-reliance. The future of the solar industry in Wyoming could be bright. It could mean more jobs, economic diversification, and technology that could benefit a remote workforce, small businesses, industry, and even local governments. That is why I oppose the legislation and the amendment and the direction that this discussion has taken to send it to the PSC. Furthermore, Wyoming is not near the point where we need to take action to address cost shifting. We have the time to do this right without the negative consequences of the loss of local jobs and local renewable energy opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Irwin. Any questions for Ms. Irwin? I'm not seeing any. Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I appreciate your testimony and your time. And thank you for being patient to everyone out there. I'm going to go next to Mr. Scott Kane. Mr. Kane, are you available? Mr. Kane. There he is. Just got to unmute now. And
now I'm in.
Yeah, there you go.
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Scott Kane. I live in Lander and I own and manage a solar contracting business. And I speak in opposition to initiating a change in the current net metering rule now in place in Wyoming. I'd also like to say thank you for starting the day with the Veterans Day remembrances. That was really wonderful. I had concerns about the previous bill, and I'm happy to see the committee back away from it. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good, thank you. If this committee passes this decision to the Public Service Commission, I think I'm up. A benefit and a cost. The PSC's expertise in examining and defining rates will be valuable. The downside is that the PSC will presumably look exclusively at the rate calculations and will be unable to take actions to take other factors under consideration. The legislature does have this authority and has used it in the past, just as most states have. To set net metering in place, even if there are sometimes cross subsidies. The PSC may not be able to consider job growth or economic development or the benefits of climate risk reduction when they make their ruling. Net metering has been examined and reconsidered in many states in recent years. And in most states, after close examination and with extensive stakeholder involvement, most states have seen fit to keep retail net metering or something close to it. Based on this national precedent, Wyoming would be in good company if it accepts that although some cross-subsidy does occur under net metering, it is an acceptably small amount and is offset by the public benefits of climate change risk reduction, reduced air pollution, jobs, and economic development. I think that the best outcome would be that net metering, as it has existed in Wyoming for 18 years, should be allowed to continue. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kane. As being a rooftop guy, I mean, this is your business, and as technology advances, I think that the cap of 25 kW.
It says.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd welcome further discussion about how the cap could be changed.
Hey.
I'll mention that our business operates both in Wyoming and in Utah. In Utah, there is no such cap, and we regularly build solar on schools, on businesses, on churches that is well in excess of 25 kW, and which I think serves those institutions very successfully. I would love to see a cap lift in Wyoming, particularly as it relates to things like schools or public benefit institutions.
Or rest areas?
Absolutely. And frankly, that was a project we were involved in, and we were really pleased to be able to meet the needs of the state of Wyoming.
You knew you were in violation of the law when you were part of that project?
We would like to think that the appropriate permissions were obtained.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's a hell of a deal how the state government will say it's good enough for me, but not for thee. It's a hell of a deal. I've always been pretty disappointed in my state with that project, particularly because it's in my neck of the woods. If we're going to have over 25 kW on a state project, by God, I think everybody else should have that same opportunity. But such is the hypocrisy of the state. So, but I really appreciate your comments, Mr. Kane. Members, any questions for Mr. Kane? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your time, sir, and your patience and your testimony, especially being a rooftop solar installation guy. That's really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go next to Charlie Thomas, because Charlie Thomas has been wanting to talk. His mute has been going on and off. I think Ms. Talbot's been chasing him with the mute button. So Mr. Thomas, go ahead.
Good, excited.
Mr. Committee members, and I appreciate you guys hearing my testimony. I gather that essentially this amendment is going to instruct the Public Service Committee to end net metering. I might be confused about that, but I think that would be really detrimental to the the overall rooftop solar industry. In my situation, I have panels on the roof of my shop, and it trickles energy into the system all the time. But anytime I turn on a machine, it's drawing from the grid. So if we didn't have net metering, I would essentially have to create about 5 kilowatts of energy to get one back. And so at those rates, there's no way it would be ever financially possible to have rooftop solar. The other things, I think that it's important to understand some of the other advantages of rooftop solar. One of the things that hasn't come up much is how by having a diverse source of energy throughout the grid is much more resilient. And this is really, rather than having one centralized production center with all the energy going through all the power lines. Essentially, I put in the systems not because it was financially worthwhile, but because it was my choice to do something about climate change. And I feel it's really important to allow people to have that choice. And while I realize that my system would be grandfathered, I think it's important for other people to have that choice in the future. Essentially, I think a better solution to look towards is to allow people the ability to feed back into the grid during peak hours. Hopefully, I would love some point to buy an electric car with a large enough battery to be able to feed energy back into the grid during peak hours. Thank you, and I wait any questions.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Appreciate your time and your testimony. Committee, is there any questions for Mr. Thomas? You're getting out easy on us, Mr. Thomas. Really appreciate your testimony and your time and being patient with us. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, next we're going to go to Mr. James Little. Mr. Little, are you there? Oh, you're still on mute. There you go. Yes, sir. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the members of the committee. I appreciate the chance to testify. I am been waiting to testify on something that has turned out to be different than what we'll talk about. I'm a board certified pediatrician. I've practiced in Jackson, Wyoming since 1972. In 1981, I was elected to the board of Lower Valley Power and Light, and I served on that board until 2006. In 1985, I was elected.
We're still with you, sir.
Sorry, I was getting a feedback from my Siri, so I've got to cut that off.
Understood.
Okay. So I served as president of the board from 1985 to 2006. I have been saying for a long time that I think that all utilities need to anticipate the day when all homes become net generators of electricity. Utilities should be encouraged to facilitate this process, and government should not stand in the way. I think that Lower Valley has been uniquely successful in promoting conservation, energy efficiency, and alternative energy, and I've been interested in that for over 40 years. I don't think that the definition of net metering system should be changed. And I don't think that changing the payments for solar energy to an avoided cost basis is fair to the consumer. I think that having the electricity or having the Public Service Commission set the rates needs to be considered, but I don't know whether I would support that right offhand. I think that Lower Valley is a REA cooperative. It's owned by our customers, and contrary to what was said before, Warren Buffett does not own Lower Valley Energy. And I think that sums up my testimony. I appreciate the chance to have testified.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I don't remember hearing anybody say Warren Buffett owns Lower Valley.
Yeah, I don't think so.
They're heavily subsidized by the federal government and Bonneville Power.
I would think that's a long discussion that I'm not prepared to enter into now, but I think you're mistaken about that.
Oh, no, I'm not. I was in generation and transmission for right around 20 years. But anyways, yeah, go ahead, Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Little, I graduated with your son, Jim Little, and stay in touch with him. So it's nice to see you testify.
Thank you. I'm happy to have the chance to do that. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Little? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time, sir. Really appreciate it. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, we're trucking and moving here, folks. We're gonna go on now to
Mr. Chairman, do you know about how many we have left?
About 72 left. I'm joking. There's not 72 left. There's only about 5 or 6 left.
Okay.
Mr. Ron Rice, you got your video on? That's perfect. Mr. Ron Rice, please go ahead, sir.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we can.
Am I actually the last one today?
No, you're not the last. No, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to testify today. I actually testified last year also, and I'm kind of getting the same feeling that I left the last year committee meeting with, and it's kind of scary. I actually don't like paying two things: utilities and taxes. And that's why I purchased a wind generator and a solar system. And that's why I moved to and retired in Wyoming. I had a lot of prepared notes that I prepared for the original draft statute. I would ask the committee members when they have a chance to take a look at my notes, and it has some figures that involve the cost of the draft statute before and after. But I would just like to cover one item. I'm a member of the High West Energy Corp, and everybody has talked about cost sharing. Let me just go through. High West Energy has, over the past couple of years, restructured their rate system. And in May of 2014, I was paying $15.50 a month for grid cost. And then in 2019, they increased that grid cost to $28, and then they increased it to $38, and now then I'm paying $41 a month in grid access charge. In order to do that, they actually reduced the electricity cost for the customers at High West. They reduced it from 12.9, and now the electricity cost is 0.09866, so that the non-net metering customers was actually paying the same or a little bit less than the net metering customers. So they've increased our facility charge on net metering folks, $41, and then they've reduced the electricity cost, so the non-net metering customers pay the same or a little bit less. And so when people talk to me about cost sharing, there's no cost sharing going around in the High West Energy.
Mr. Rice, we just hit the time limit, so if you could wrap up your thoughts, that'd be great.
If the original draft had taken place, I could not have made the decision to buy my wind generator or my solar panels based on selling back excess energy that I generated at wholesale rates. And also, I would object to the amendment because it was, I think, created too fast and has not been given enough thought. But I do agree that PSC is the right place for this with proper guidance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rice. Committee, any questions for Mr. Rice? Not seeing any. Okay, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your time and thank you for your patience sticking with us today. Okay, I just saw Mr. Miller click his video on, so he's going to get to go next.
Excellent. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, you've heard a lot of testimony today, so I'll be brief. My name is Sam Miller. I'm a resident in Laramie. I'm opposed to both the original piece of legislation and the new effort by the committee. This new proposal is being put forward with minimal notice to the public, and thus not nearly sufficient time for the legislation to be assessed and public input to be properly provided. As such, I would ask the committee advance no bills on net metering at this time. Thanks for your consideration.
Mr. Miller, that was short and sweet and to the point. What if we advanced legislation getting rid of the cap?
You know, if you were to do that at this time, I still feel that there should be more time for public input to make sure that's done properly.
So it's not proper?
Well, I feel that there needs to be a proper discourse between the government and the people, and we want to make sure that there's, time for all parties to assess what exactly is going into that legislation, and that's being carried through in a manner that's going to serve all interests.
I'm glad I'm getting out of here because I must not know how to do this legislature thing. Thank you, Mr. Miller. I appreciate your time and your patience and your testimony. Thank you. All right, going on next. Ms. Ann Brand, are you there? Ann Brand, are you there?
I thought she already testified.
We might have to come back to her.
I thought she already.
That was on the different bill. Last bill.
Oh.
All right, we're going to go to Mr. Johnny Zime. I know I'm mispronouncing that. I'm sorry, sir.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for your time and service to our state. And also thank you on this day, the fine men and women who have served our country. Very close, my name is Johnny Zime, and I'm the Assistant Public Works Director and Wastewater Manager for the town of Jackson. Today, I'll keep my comments pretty short. I know it's been a long day for you guys. Speaking on behalf of the mayor and the town council for the town of Jackson, and on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners for Teton County, we are opposed to the net metering bill that is being considered as amended, and any future changes need to have public stakeholder input, a strong understanding in the assumptions of cost sharing, and legislative policy that increases the use of renewables. Our solar systems, again, government owned, help offset electrical costs to not only our county courthouse, our town hall, our public restrooms, our public utility water and wastewater systems. And up until recently, in the last year or so, we've had the biggest solar system in the state of Wyoming at our wastewater treatment plant. We also have some on our transit facilities as well. And those are real savings to our taxpayers in our community, both in the town and in the county. And it's a big driver of economy, as has been discussed all day. Changes to the current solar law will impact financial investments made by residents and businesses in the town of Jackson and Teton County. Specifically, they would harm investment-backed expectations made by local governments, local businesses, and individual members of our community. It will also curtail the prospering solar industry and impact our local government's ability to meet internal and community goals and annual agreements individuals and businesses have with our local utility. With that being said, I'll also say one thing to consider when we talk about paying your fair share. One thing to consider is a lot of our buildings that we have solar systems on are large commercial users. We pay, as a lot of you have heard talked about today, demand charges. And those demand charges are paid regardless of how much solar generation we have or produce. It's the highest 15 minutes of the month. LVE charges us that, and we still pay that. And it's the same amount. Because when the sun goes down, we're still using energy, so we get hit with that demand charge, and that goes into operation and maintenance of the system. So in essence, we are paying our fair share into the system. So again, I want to thank you. I know it's been a long day for you guys, and I'm fully in support of getting you guys stand-up desks so you can just, stretch your legs out a little bit. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zime. Really appreciate it. Any questions, committee? Any questions? Not seeing any. All right, thank you very much, sir. Next up, just turned on her video, is Ms. Ileana Saucedo. I know I got that wrong. Damn it. Go ahead.
Close. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Ileana Cicito. I'm a Laramie resident and I oppose this bill. I had a testimony ready for the bill prior to the amendments, but I still think it stands, but I will let other people talk that are more qualified to talk. But I just think that we have not given the public enough time to be informed about this bill, and that we need to conduct more studies on this bill so that the public can be informed. And I think that's it's really telling how many people are interested in this. You said about 78. So I think to pass this bill with the changes, the amendments, would be a big disservice to our public. So thank you so much for your time. And yeah, bye.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions, committee? Not seeing any. You're getting out easy on them. All right. We're going to go to our next, which is Mr. Newman, Samuel Newman. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name's Sam Newman. I'm a Laramie resident and I oppose the proposed changes to the net metering bill. I'll keep it brief since, as everyone's been saying, there's been a lot of people that have been speaking tonight, and I thank all members of the committee for your patience. I'm currently a student at UW and I'm in the last year of my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. I really love Wyoming and I want to stay here after my graduation this spring. However, the state does not have a lot of opportunities for young engineers such as myself. And year after year, I've watched my peers receive job offers that force them to leave this great state. I oppose the original bill because removing the net metering incentive, as you've heard from other citizens that have spoke on this topic, is just another obstacle that a renewable energy firm would have to overcome in order to stay in the state and potentially hire students from UW. With the proposed changes made, I as a citizen still have not had time to consider the ramifications of passing this proposal, so I still oppose it. And I just want to say thank you for having me speak on this matter and for your patience in general tonight. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Committee, any questions for Mr. Newman? I'm not seeing any. All right, we might be wearing them down, folks. Keep it up. The committee's dying off on us here. All right. I think that actually, you know what? I've got Mr. Sean Taylor. His rate regulation was called out in regards to the organization he represents. Mr. Taylor, are you available?
I think so. Yep. Can y'all hear me?
You bet.
All right. Sorry to prolong this this meeting. I guess just a couple things that I want to point out. Folks that are opposed to moving this to the PSC, I think are misguided. I think that's the exactly right place to take this, because we can argue subsidy, non-subsidy all day long in front of you, but you all aren't the experts on this. I mean, you are the committee of record for utilities, but the PSC is the right place to decide this. It was brought up about the co-ops not being rate regulated. And I would just say the reason we aren't rate regulated is for this kind of exact same reason. We let our membership decide. We take our rates, we take our policies, we take our bylaws to our members. And we argued 13 years ago that we don't need to be rate regulated by the Public Service Commission because we set our own rates. And so I would argue that if we take a net metering, if we let each and every one of our electric cooperatives take a net metering issue to their membership, and if their membership decides to support a net metering statute or a net metering rate that subsidizes net metering customers, then so be it. If our membership decides not to, then we go that way. So that's exactly to Mr. Nelson's point when he said be wary of the co-ops that aren't rate regulated. We let our membership decide, and I think we should do the same thing. So my 2 points: take it to the PSC. They're the experts. And for us for the co-ops that aren't rate regulated, we will let our membership decide. Thank you.
All right, committee questions for Mr. Taylor? Seeing none. Committee, does anybody want to, does anybody have any, we don't have anybody else left to publicly testify that I know of. Ms. Talbot, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
We made it. All right, and a big thank you to all the public out there that was really patient with us today. We were supposed to be done at noon, but by God, we wanted to hear from you. Representative Clem made it all the way from Cheyenne back to Gillette in the time it took us to get through that public testimony. So that's fun. Anyways, so I'm going to go ahead and close public testimony at this time. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Chairman, before we make a motion, if that is forthcoming, just a couple of thoughts. And the first one is we really do appreciate everyone this afternoon. We appreciate your passion, your energy, your patience. This is tough stuff, some of it, and really appreciate your engagement. I just wanted to answer a couple of concerns that continue to crop up this afternoon. One is regarding this subsidy issue. Regardless of whether we feel like it's a lot or a little or whatever, I do think that's an issue for our legislature to decide that, or at least give a little bit of direction as to what the PSC should consider. And I think we do that in the amendment. The other issue that's in my mind is the time issue. And just to clarify to the public out there, this is a committee that has spent 2 years on solar energy issues and utilities from various different angles. We've spent nearly, I believe it's over 10 hours of testimony on net metering. So when it seems like we're doing something with the snap of a finger, it's really, Mr. Chairman, been over the course of 2 years, 2 interims, that this committee that has not changed any membership has undertaken. And so, and you know, a bill like this, by the way, could appear as an individually carried bill. Any one of the legislators could draft this bill in December and bring it to the session. So that's kind of the way it works in our legislature. So those two things, just as a backdrop, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate that, Mr. Co-Chairman. Members, motions. Any motions?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to substitute the language. I move the bill and substitute this language. I'll read it in its entirety. It would be Section 1, WS 37-16-105 is created to read, except as, this is little a, except as provided in subsection B of this section, no electric utility shall be obligated under this article to compensate any customer generator for any electricity produced on a net metered system that is first operational on or after July 1st, 2021. So that means that everybody that's out there will stay under this law. And then the second part is the Public Service Commission, and the language is, the Public Service Commission shall conduct public hearings and establish an appropriate system to regulate the rates, terms, and conditions, that's a change, of customer generators by all electric utilities for electricity produced from net metering systems first operational on or after July 1, 2021. That solves the timing system. The system shall prevent subsidization of customer generators compared to other customers of the electric utility. The commission shall establish the system under this subsection by January 1st, 2022. So in essence, it lets people go ahead, but they're going to be under rates that are going to be settled whenever the PSC finishes their requirement.
Is there a second?
And I'm not quite done. I'm so sorry. The safety requirements of WS 37-16-105 shall apply to net metering systems first operational on or after January 1st, 2022. So the safety systems will apply. This whole article was repealed July 1st, 2031. And I think the testimony has been ample that the whole world is going to be so different then. And section 2 is just an immediate effective clause. That's the motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Representative Ayer. Representative Blackburn, did you have testimony?
No, I just came back on. Thank you.
He's been sleeping.
All right. Yeah, I noticed your video has been off quite a bit. Let's try to keep it going there, Representative Blackburn. I'm disappointed in you. Representative Clem, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do have a question on the co-ops. Would this newly created statute, if it goes into effect, would the co-ops be brought under this arrangement as well? Or would they be able to go to their own members and really decide at that point if they wanted to, whatever policy they wanted to institute as far as net metering? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Senator Case.
I might have a different impression of this than others because I actually think the co-ops are covered by our existing net meter law. I think they're excused from rate regulation, yes, but they still have to follow the Public Utility Act. That's my opinion. Not everybody agrees with that. In my amendment, I put the word all in front of electric utilities, indeed to capture the co-ops. And if I could have a second to explain why I think the co-ops need to be here. I sort of disagree with Mr. Taylor on this issue. And I know Mr. Representative Ayer is going to want to talk next, and he sure can, but I'm going to finish this. You see, the way co-ops are governed is different than the way other entities are governed. Their governance is by democracy. In essence, each customer gets a vote. So, and they have annual meetings. And if you look at their bylaws, and I've worked for co-ops, but they provide for an annual meeting, they'll provide for a quorum. Sometimes that quorum is as low as 10% of the members to come to the annual meeting. Some of them have proxy systems, but it's basically a low turnout of motivated customers. But the key part is that the customers, a big, huge customer has the same vote as a residential customer. So you can have rate designs come out of co-ops where certain customers gang up on other customers. That's why when we excuse the co-ops from rate regulation, we didn't really completely excuse them. We allowed every single customer class to bring an action to the PSC if they got enough of the signatures within that class. That was a safety valve for that. I left the word all in. I think that's also part of the safety valve. You could remove the word all, or we can deal with that in the session, but I intend for them to be in there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'm going to go to Representative Ayer next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you did get me down as a second for
Senator Case. We got you as a second. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I would I think I agree completely with what Senator Case has said. And if you get to section B of the amendment, the co-ops are still subject to PSC's jurisdiction in regards to regulations, terms, safety conditions, everything except rates. And so I think if they establish some terms and conditions for net metering customers, that would still apply to co-ops.
Okay, Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and maybe I'm misinterpreting, but I interpreted Mr. Taylor's testimony saying he didn't think that the ones that were rate unregulated would be much affected by this bill. And these ones that are rate regulated, I think he does have one, would be. Mr. Chairman, however that plays out on careful examination, it certainly would be a germane amendment during the session to remove the co-ops from the effect of this bill if we thought that was a good idea.
I agree.
Okay. Committee, any other comments? Representative Furphy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. the more I hear what's going on, the more I'm uncomfortable on voting on this issue. I don't think it's ready to go. Mr. Nelson pointed out several problems with the amendment, and I think we need to have much more input before we go forward. So, and we're not even clear between the co-ops, et cetera. So I don't think we're ready to pass this, in my opinion.
Representative Clem.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so just a couple of final thoughts on this. As we wrap things up, I guess I've appreciated being on this committee for the last 2 years. It was not my first choice. I kind of wondered how I even ended up on corporations, and it has been a delight to be on this committee with you all. That said, we've gone through this issue extensively in the 2 years that I've been on this committee, and I know even longer for those who've been on it even longer. And so this is an issue that will continue to be dealt with on and off, I assume, over the years. I'm comfortable moving forward with this provision right now because I do believe that the Public Service Commission is the appropriate entity to really do this. I was supportive of legislation a year ago when we dealt with this. But granted, we're not experts. We all have a different background. And unless we have, come from a background in utilities, which very few of us do, that it doesn't help much. And so I think the Public Service Commission really is the entity to deal with this, and to deal with it in an unemotional way, to actually use objective data. And they're used to doing such things. And so I think that's the appropriate place for this. Furthermore, I would just say this: whether or not this bill moves forward, if it does, then certainly there is going to be plenty of other public hearings. I mean, you think about the legislative process, it'll have to be introduced either in the House or Senate. It's going to have a committee hearing in that House of origin. It's going to have 3 readings on the floor, assuming it even passes. It'll have a mere process that will happen in the other chamber as well. And so you have so much opportunity for public input. This is not something that we're doing. It's a sweeping decision that, whatever we do today is final and done. It's really the first step, or the first of many steps in the process. And so I do think this is a worthy topic. I'm concerned about subsidies, particular ratepayers paying subsidies to other ratepayers. I think, and to be clear, I think it might be happening on both sides. Because certainly, as far as the complete rate for infrastructure and those fixed costs, it seems that is actually being shifted as well. And so I think, I'm not an expert in this, but I think the Public Service Commission would definitely be the entity to take that into consideration. And so I'm supportive of this idea. I like it a whole lot better than where we began the day. And so I cautiously right now, I think this is something worth moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Representative Clem. Senator Nethercott, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What a long day. Very unfortunate series of events that we all had to experience.
Yeah, I think Senator Nethercott lost the sun. It's still bright and shiny here.
Oh, it's very dark. It's very dark here. Yeah, we went from sunlight to darkness. So, I think that there is consensus that PSC is likely the appropriate agency to manage all of the highly technical subject matter nuances associated with this concept. That does not mean that I am ready to vote aye today. What it does mean is that I look forward to Representative Ayer and Senator Case bringing forth a bill that I can vote on that incorporates those amendments that Mr. Nelson so adeptly pointed out. But of course we don't have, anything to work with. Why? Because this process hasn't gone the way that it's supposed to have. And then we could have had that bill draft in a format where we would know and be able to read and be able to show the public exactly what it is that we're voting on, but we don't. But I am confident that before the session, that Representative Ayer and Senator Case will. And that will be a published bill draft that will actually be in the format that consolidates those conversations that we've had today from Mr. Nelson, from Mr. Taylor, from the 74 members of the public, and really incorporates those concerns, including that of the PSC. And I really think that's the right avenue. And going to Representative Klim's comments, who walked through our entire legislative process, which is certainly correct, that same process will happen with those individually sponsored bills. And I look forward to hearing that at that time. But I'm a no vote. I mean, this is not the way to do it. And I mean, it's a thing that needs to be resolved. And I look forward to Representative Ayer and Senator Case continuing to take it forward.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments or questions in regards to the motion that's on the table? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, and this will, once we have the amendment, if the amendment's adopted, then we'll vote on the bill itself, I think is the proper way to handle it. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand in front of the camera. All those opposed, raise your hand in front of the camera. Okay, that amendment is adopted. We're back on the bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case, go ahead.
I just want to point out, I did really try hard to put in Mr. Nelson's comments. I know I had the reasonable rates, I had the safety, and we discussed the co-op thing. So I think that's 3. We also legitimize the time frame. There's no
disparity or.
Yeah, I mean, we can decide if that's the right thing to do, and we can still mess with those dates. But so I did really try to take account of that.
Yeah,
and we had help.
Yeah, it's Senator Case, absolutely. I think the reality is this isn't final approval by any stretch of the imagination, and everybody's going to have plenty of time to kick all of you in the tail on this deal moving forward. Senator Nethercott, back to you.
But it is final approval. This is a committee-sponsored bill. This means we have worked it so that it is ready for prime time. They are the first bills to get published and the first bills to get worked. Why? Because they don't need any. I mean, that's what the whole process is for. So if we want to move this thing forward, I would suggest that we take a 5-minute break. Senator Case, get on your computer, type it up. Let's screen share that so we can read what it is that you say that you have fixed and we have a clear understanding. I'd like to hear feedback from Mr. Nelson to make sure that those amendments that he proposed actually are incorporated in a meaningful way, rather than just, I tried my best on the break through the 74 public comments that we heard. I mean, we got to do this right. It's a big deal. It's a big deal to the people, right? I mean, look at the comments we received.
All right, Senator. I understand your frustration. I'm guessing some of those votes in favor feel that it was done right, and that might be a difference of opinion. And well, you got 1 vote. That's as good as it gets. I didn't even get to vote unless there's a tie. I was kind of hoping for a tie.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Case.
I'm happy with sharing the language. It's written. I said it all. So it's up to the chair.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, we've got an amendment that's been adopted, so we can absolutely do that. And I don't have any problem with that. Actually, why don't we go ahead and do that? Let's throw it up on the page.
I think Mr. Hewitt has it.
Mr. Hewitt, do you have that language?
The final version.
Mr. Chairman, it'll take a second to get it in a Word document and put it up on my screen.
Right, I sent it to him as an email. He'll have to copy and paste, and the formatting may be bad.
And just one more note, Mr. Chairman, the amendment does not the amendment does not amend the bill title, and the bill title would need to be amended. So just for the committee's consideration.
Yeah, conforming amendment.
Yeah, I think let's go ahead and handle that right now. Is there a motion for conforming amendments for LSO to make conforming amendments to the bill?
That would be friendly.
To be considered friendly. Well, we already passed that last amendment, voted on it. Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the LSO be instructed to conform the title to what we do.
There's second. Second by Representative Ayer. Any discussion on the conforming amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of that amendment, please signify by raising your hand in front of the camera. Okay. All those opposed, please raise your hand in front of the camera. Okay, that motion is adopted. All right, members. Mr. Hewitt, do you have that one? Perfect. Okay, as per Senator Nethercott's request, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute timeout and let this hang out on the screen. Everybody look it over real good, see if there's any other changes that you would like to make during that 5-minute break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Normally we put up a be back in 5-minute thing, but I'll just ask that you turn off your cameras temporarily until this 5 minutes is up, and we'll be back at 5:11. 5:11.
Mr. Chairman.
Are we muted? I'm about to.
Is the audio
All right, we're back. All right, let's go to Mr. Hewitt. If you could unshare that. Thank you. And the only reason is that otherwise I can't see everybody raising their hands. If they've got any questions or comments, it makes it hard. Committee, any comments or questions in regards to the proposed language? I'm hoping somebody said something to give time for Senator Nethercutt to get back. Oh, there she is. Oh, yeah, Senator Schuler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that Senator Nethercutt got out of that darkened area that she's at. So it looks so much better now that I can see her face. No, I did have a comment. I feel like the amendment brought forth by Senator Case gives me a lot more comfort in how I've felt about the bill. I voted for the bill or voted against the bill last year, and after having seen a lot of the changes that Representative Ayer put towards it, I think it made me more comfortable. It made me feel a little bit better about where we were headed with the solar. So thank you, Senator Case, and appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Schuler. Senator Nethercutt, go ahead.
Thank you. And everybody, you're just gonna have to bear with me. This will be, I hope, Mr. Chairman, you'll call on me again.
Absolutely.
I think part of the afternoon we experienced some frustration, right, with some of the public comments as a result of kind of a misunderstanding of what they were testifying to. So let's just take a minute and process that. The greatest stakeholders, which the people who would be affected by this bill, don't understand what's happening. Is that the process we want to encourage? And the answer is no. I mean, the legislative process is just as much as important as the result, right? This is not how the process is supposed to look. That at 5 o'clock on the third day of the committee meeting, and at our last meeting at the end of the day, second day, without warning, without anything on the agenda, without an interim topic, we get it placed back on. Right, so both of these processes for how this came forth wasn't right. And then we have a published bill draft of which we immediately kill and replace, essentially do a substitute bill, requiring all of those folks who took time out of their day, hung with us for 12 hours probably, to give testimony of which they didn't really understand what they were testifying about. That's not a good day for the Wyoming legislature. So I just think we should step it back a bit. And I am glad that we all feel more comfortable with Senator Case's amendments. I certainly do as well. I think the PSC is the right agency to look at this. Absolutely. Again, I look forward to that bill draft and I think it will be very successful. But I just don't think this is the process. I just don't think that's what we do to all of these stakeholders here today.
Okay. Any other comments or questions, committee? Let me go to Mr. Hewitt. Mr. Hewitt, is everything we've done in the legislation making sense to you?
Mr. Chairman, it is. I just have one procedural question. The bill draft the committee looked at, 219, is Representative Ayer's bill draft. That's his in the system. And so I suppose it would be up to him to allow the committee to take it over and vote on it. Otherwise, this language could easily be put in a new bill number. So just procedure for my
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think the intent of the motion, and correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Case, is to take Representative Ayer's bill. And I believe that was the reason why Representative Ayer presented that to us. So I believe, Senator Case, was that your understanding?
Mr. Chairman, my intention was to make it a committee bill, but I would yield to Representative Ayer if he didn't want that to happen.
Representative Ayer.
Oh, absolutely. If the committee wants to take it on, I would welcome that.
Okay.
So it'd be a new bill.
Yeah, so it'd be a new bill at that point. Mr. Hewitt, do you understand? Are we vaguely?
Mr. Chairman, if the committee passes it, I think it's 219. I think 219 becomes a committee bill.
Correct. Any other comments or questions, committee? Not seeing any. Sensing you're ready to vote, Mr. Hewitt, please call the roll.
Right, the motion is on 21 LSO 219, working draft 0.7 as amended. Senator Case.
Aye.
Senator Nethercott.
No.
Senator Schuler.
Aye.
Senator Scott.
Aye.
Representative Blackburn.
No.
Representative Clausen.
Aye.
Representative Clem.
He's frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen up. We might have to come back to him.
Representative Clem, how do you vote?
Aye.
Representative Clifford.
No.
Representative Duncan.
No.
Representative Ayer.
Aye.
Representative Murphy.
No.
Co-Chairman Landon.
Aye.
Chairman Lindholm.
Aye.
That is 8 ayes and the motion is adopted.
Okay, committee, there's, that's obviously one that's going to take quite a bit of work as that process moves forward. That is it for our agenda, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. Hewitt?
That is Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman?
There's several people wanting to jump in here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I'm going to go with, I believe Senator Scott has his hand up first.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're about to conclude here, and my understanding is this will conclude your time as active service on this committee. And I hope I'm speaking for the whole committee. You know, you've been the House half of what's been an excellent leadership team for us for the past 2 years. And I would want to sincerely thank you for the effort and the skill you've put into this. It's been extraordinarily good experience. I think you've done quite a service to the state of Wyoming. So I hope on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you for your service. And I would note this would be Representative Clem's last time with this committee. And I would want to say thank you to him for the contributions he's made to this committee, which have been considerable. And we're going to miss both of you. So good luck in future endeavors.
Hear, hear.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Like rule number one. I really appreciate that. Representative Clem and me, this is our swan song. This is it for us. I know some people are counting their lucky stars in that regard. Maybe we've made a couple people smile along the way though, Representative Clem. So Representative Clem and I started together just a couple of years ago when I dared you to go down the House steps in your wheelchair backwards. And I was joking around and he did it. So hell of a hand. I had Senator Nethercott next. Senator Nethercott, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Mr. Co-Chairman, it has been a pleasure to serve with you. As you know, I've expressed my sentiments that way. The legislature will not be the same without your leadership. You have served the state of Wyoming with integrity and vision, which is rare among us all. And it's a sad day, and I might go dark again. Just so you can see how I really feel. So thank you so much for all that you have done for the state of Wyoming.
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Blackburn, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I remember the wheelchair being in the same class with the two of you. It's been a lot of fun, guys. I'm going to miss Tyler immensely. He's like a brother. Clem's giving me some guidance along the way. I will miss that. I will see Furphy again because he's going to be a senator. But I thank each and every one of you for working for the state as hard as you did, for helping. We've helped each other, I think, along the way from time to time. So I will miss each and every one of you. Thanks.
Well, Representative Clem, this is your swan song too, brother. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, bittersweet. It certainly is. Appreciate this committee. As I mentioned a few moments ago, I was not so sure about corporations, but it has honestly been one of the funnest committees I've been on, probably in part because of you there, Mr. Chairman. And so we've had a lot of fun together and a lot of good memories made in the legislature, and each and every one of my colleagues. Appreciate you so much. And I'll be watching, I know, from afar. I'm sure Tyler will as well. Watching what happens this next legislative session, and certainly staying engaged in the public sector side as well. But what has made the legislature truly remarkable is the people that are in it. And when we first came in 6 years ago, I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was Representative Harshman. It might have been Speaker Brown during that time. I just remember, someone commenting that the legislature is like a stream. You enter in at some point, and then you go down the stream, and then you get out, but the stream keeps on going. And that's kind of how it feels. Wyoming's in good hands. We have a truly a good citizen legislature, and it's the way it should be. It's a model for the rest of the country. And so I certainly appreciate each and every one of you, and thank you for the privilege to serve with you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. All right, folks, I'm gonna enter. Mr. Co-Chairman, go ahead.
Mr. Co-Chairman, just real quickly, and then I'll hand it back to you. Committee, just a quick thought. I've shared this before, but this has been an extraordinary committee, and we did some really good work over the last 2 years. It's been a pleasure, made even better by the fact that I got to team lead this thing with the tall guy. You got the long and the short of it for 2 years. It was a really great ride, and I want to salute every one of you. It's really been a pleasure. Best committee I've ever served on, and thank you for your work, and thank you for the great debates that we've had. We've disagreed a little bit along the way, but we've brought forth some really good considerations in policy, and look forward to seeing you in other walks of life. Thank goodness we captured 2 years of moments in time and got to spend them together. So, Mr. Co-Chairman, back to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to go ahead and wrap up. This will end the joint interim for the Corporations Committee. The next time these groups will be together will be at the 66th legislature, and I'm going to go ahead and end it right there and adjourn this bad boy before I get emotional. And
There's one more thing.
Oh, go ahead, Senator Case.
I don't know if we have any motion on disposition of bills, which house they'd start in, but I leave that up to the chairs, and I would move that we allow the chairs to decide which houses various bills that we pass go into.
Okay, is there a second? Right here.
Second.
Representative Duncan.
Yeah.
You're not muted again.
All
right. Any comments or questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand in front of your camera, please. Okay, all those opposed, raise your hand in front of your camera. All right, Representative Aird's only no vote. That motion is adopted. Your chairman will handle the assignment of bills, and we'll let you know where they're going and how fast they're going. But until then, the big thanks to all the public for tuning in and staying patient with us. It's been a pleasure, and thank you to our LSO staff for staying with us. We're adjourned.